Well, welcome to part 3 of Earth and Ember. I am so glad you've made it this far. That means you're enjoying the story as much as I enjoyed writing it. I actually was able to work with a American Indian ambassador on this, and it was so cool. Yes, this is fantasy fiction, but it's also a sensitive topic in a lot of different ways. So it was really great to work with somebody and hear personal stories and just learn more about a culture that I've always been fascinated about anyway, as I'm taking liberties with it, you know? So, anyways, I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. It's such a rich world, and this is the final part for now. I hope you enjoy Luke and Kaia's part 3 of Earth and Ember, and I will see you on the other side.
Chapter 38. Kaia. Kaia! Akima shouts, his expression murderous as he hurries up the hill. You dishonor yourself for him? He growls, looking Luke up and down. And it's only then that my confusion clears, and I see Luke through Akima's eyes. His shirt hanging out of his trousers and only half-buttoned. Akima shoves Luke, both of them posturing the way the pronghorn does before fighting for a mate, and I loathe Akima for assuming anything has happened between us, or that he has any right to care. Stop it, I shout as he pushes Luke against the stone. We were only swimming. Akima isn't listening to me, though. He's lost in a rage I've never seen him in before. But it's when I see the rage in Luke's eyes matching Akima's that I'm truly afraid. The peace between us is too precarious, and what happens in the next few seconds could decide all of our fates. Akima! I shout with more vehemence as I try to step between them. But the instant Akima shoves Luke even harder, and Luke takes a swing at him, it's all I can do to not get hit in the crossfire. Both of you, stop it! I demand, and I don't know if it's in English or not, but Luke's fists are flying and Akima takes him to the ground. Stop! I reach for Akima's arm to pull him off, but I'm knocked back, nearly losing my breath. Enough! Elon bellows, and his hand clamps down on Akima's shoulder, yanking him off Luke. Akima's chest thunders and his jaw clenches, and when I look at Luke, his eyes are narrowed and his nostrils flare as he wipes his mouth. The instant he spits out blood, all I can see is red. Blood like all the years before us. The precarious truce and peace we finally found. And Akima would risk it all because he is jealous? I shove him, fury making my hands shake and my voice unrecognizable. What is wrong with you? We did nothing, and you would risk everything we have been working for? I shove him again when his wide eyes only blink stupidly at me. Why? Tell me, you think so little of me? Akima's eyes round even more as he stumbles over unintelligible words. His furtive gaze shifts over the villagers circling around us now, at Elon, and Joe and Jacob and Muna as they hurry closer. But everyone's faces are shapeless in my fury. Get out of my sight, I growl at him. As if I slapped Akima across his chiseled face, he straightens, glares at Luke, and when he steps reluctantly by me, I refuse to look at him. Muna practically snarls at me, her lip pulling up as she turns to hurry after her son. You're pissing everyone off today, Jacob jokes as he walks up to Luke. Luke scoffs, wiping at his mouth, and the minute Joe begins to fuss over him, Luke puts up his hand in supplication. I'm fine. It's just a busted lip. His shoulder is made of steel, he mutters. Joe sighs, mumbling something I can't hear as my heartbeat continues to fade from my ears. Joe, really, I'm fine. I've had much worse, don't worry. He says it reassuringly enough, but then he heads to the adobe without a single glance in my direction. You must speak with him, Elon says, watching Luke and the others disappear inside. I know. Hands on my hips, I exhale the tension from my body. I will see if I can salvage the truce, not the social, Elon says sharply. Akima. You must speak with him. I frown. Akima? I shake my head. Not now. I am too angry with him. I press my hand to my forehead as I begin to pace. Does he not see that this is bigger than his hatred of them? He is putting all of our people at risk by holding on to his hate. Does he not want meat and corn in his belly? Does he not want safety when he leaves the mountain? That was not born only of hatred for the Soshos, Kaia. I stop in my fury and study Elon's expressionless face. I don't need to ask him about his meaning. Whatever Akima's reason, I say, he is being a child. He is not trying to get to know them, not even Joe. Who does not like Joe? Elon dips his chin, appeasing me, though I can see the other unvoiced opinions churning behind his pale blue eyes. I will speak to him, Elon, I promise. Just not right now. I clench my shaking hands at my sides. Una calls my name from the house, and Elon and I glance over. She stands at the doorway, impatiently waiting for me. I will check on Akima for now, Elon mutters, and steps past me. My eyes meet Una's, and she doesn't look disapproving so much as concerned. Whether it's the anger she reads on my face as I walk closer, or the simple fact that she knows me better than anyone, she reaches for my shoulder. You cannot fault Akima too harshly, she murmurs, and I vaguely notice Toby and Joe busying themselves with the fire. Why not? Una's wrinkled but strong hand squeezes my shoulder before it falls away. You have said yourself that much has changed. You must see all of this as Akima does. And how many times have you acted with your heart, not with sense? I scowl at her. Of course, Una's right, but it still angers me that Akima could be so rash, that he's not even trying. I nod and head down the hall to find Luke pulling one of my father's old tunics over his head, one that Una insisted he borrow when we'd arrived, in order for him to fit in more among our people. Jacob shoves his hands in his pockets when he sees me. I'm, gonna ask Una something. He bows his head respectfully and hurries from the room, leaving Luke and I standing face to face alone. The room feels smaller than it usually does, but I step closer. The flame of a candle is all that lights the crowded room. The two cots are jammed together, clothes and blankets spread around. But even in the flickering shadows, I can see Luke's lip beginning to swell. Are you badly hurt? I ask carefully. Luke shakes his head, sitting on the cot with a loud exhale. I'm fine, just trying to calm down. Lowering myself beside him, I take Luke's chin in my hand and shift his face to appraise him better. He grumbles something, but I ignore him. There's a dark spot on his cheek I didn't notice before. Apologies, I whisper. It's fine. Really, Joe walks in and hands me a damp cloth. Her eyes flick between us before she leaves us again. The cloth is warm, and I squeeze it in my grip as I regard him again. You were saying? I've been in worse fights than that. He caught me by surprise, though, I'll give the bastard that. Luke touches his jaw. Another scar from my beautiful face. He smirks, and it catches me off guard. Everything about him feels amplified since the pool. I don't know if it's our proximity or that I haven't been around him the past couple of days, but his presence unsettles me more than it ever has. As much as it frightens me, it intrigues me too. Just when I thought I couldn't get any uglier, he mutters. I think it's a joke, but I can't bring myself to smile. Luke says such words as if he's not the most striking person I've ever seen. Every imperfection is a mark of manhood. Every gray fleck in his eyes holds 100 stories I wish to know, and every emotion I wish to learn. The way his stubbled chin glistens in the candlelight is fascinating, and I want to memorize it all. You are not ugly, I tell him instead. Luke's eyes widen, and I feel like I should be ashamed or embarrassed saying that to him, but I'm not. I have never seen Akima like that. I cannot believe he would.
Oh, I can, Luke says with maddening amusement. That guy has hated me from day one.
That is no reason to assume I would. I bite my tongue, remembering Luke in the pool with next to nothing covering the work-honed muscles of his body. He assumes too much.
I know he offends you by assuming that you would.
I frown, but wait for Luke to continue.
But I can understand why he would be angry. I might jump to conclusions too, if I were him.
But we are only friends, I remind him. Luke's brow twitches and the corner of his mouth lifts in a small smile.
Yeah, I know we are, but Akima doesn't know that.
No, I say quickly. Akima is my friend. We have always been friends. We will always be friends. But only friends. Luke's head tilts slightly, and I bring the damp cloth to his lip and wipe away what little blood is left.
Are you sure Akima knows that?
He asks. I watch the way Luke's lip yields beneath the cloth as he speaks, and I want, more than anything, to brush my fingertips over it. Knows what?
That you are only friends.
Yes. When he kissed me, Luke glowers and I stop myself, shaking my head. No. Maybe not, I realize aloud. Swallowing, I lick my lips, uncertain I should talk to Luke about this. It feels wrong, and I don't want him or Akima having any reason to hate each other more. It was before you. Luke's eyes hold mine, and I see confusion and something else shining back in them. Before I met you, I clarify. My heart races, but I'm not sure if it's because of my disobedient tongue or the hum that consumes my body in Luke's presence.
It would make sense if you cared for him like that,
Luke says, and it sounds like a strange sort of permission I don't want him to give me.
You've known each other your whole lives.
Yes, we have. My hand drops to my lap.
That is why his accusations anger me,
I bite out, insult sharpening each word. I am not like those girls I have seen in Sagebrush, Luke.
Oh, I know that,
he drawls. If you do, then why not Akima, my oldest friend?
I don't know, but...
His earnest gaze sends my heart pounding all over again, and when he reaches over to brush a strand of damp hair from my face, a flush of anticipation blooms through me.
But you are unlike anyone I've ever met.
The pull between us is undeniable. No matter how confusing, it's there, alive and purring like a sated bobcat in the silence that swallows 1,000 unspoken words. A lifetime of dark memories fade to nothing, and it feels as if I barely know myself anymore as I realize how badly I want to learn more of Luke. Even if I know it should feel wrong, it doesn't. And that is far more frightening than any monster that has ever haunted my dreams. Now all I can seem to do is question everything, when once it was all so painfully clear. He fingers a loose strand of my hair. My claiming is in 5 days. I'm not sure why I say it. Maybe because I want to remind myself how impossible more than what we are right now would be. Maybe because I want to make sure he's at the ceremony. Or maybe I want him to talk me out of it entirely, because it still feels like my impending cage is closing in around me. Luke's hand falls back into his lap.
Joe told me,
he says, and leans back against the wall. He pulls one leg up to rest his arm over his knee.
When we were in Sagebrush, Tarek told me you were against it.
I stare at the cloth balled up in my hands. I was. Or perhaps I still am. But who else will help my people if I don't? Muna? I practically hiss the word. She is stuck in the past, and it is time to look to the future. There is no definitive answer, so we sit quietly. Luke stares across the room, and I fold and unfold the cloth on my lap, taking in an uneven breath as I imagine myself standing before my people, not just as a princess with a stubborn streak, but as their leader and their hope. And my stomach churns with nerves. "Thank you," Luke says. His voice is a soft rumble that brings me back to him. "For today," he explains. "I will never forget that." The expression on Luke's face when he first saw the pool made me not only proud, but feel special in a way I hadn't expected. That I can show and teach Luke things he's only dreamed of makes me want to beam with pride. "Tomorrow," I start, meeting his gaze, "Elon will take you to the river." Luke scratches the side of his face, and I watch the way his fingernails rake over his jaw. "You aren't coming with us?" I smile at what sounds like disappointment in his voice. "No, the way is narrow, and tomorrow I go with Una to the pillars." "What are the pillars?" "A monument, I think you call them, near the top of the mountain. It is where we bury our dead." I force my eyes to his and feel a buzz of guilt wash over me. Not for the first time, I wonder what my mother and father would think of my closeness with a Sosho. That I am still young and foolish? Or would they think that this is my path, as strange and unsettling as it is? "Tomorrow you will have your water and your remedies," I say. I'm uncertain I want to hear the answer to what I'll ask next, but I must know all the same. "When will you leave?" "Soon," he says easily. "My people need water, Kaia." His eyes are dark and stormy, and I see his reluctance more than hear it. I nod, knowing it's absurd to feel sad about something that has yet to come. "I must speak with Akima," I say, standing. "But tonight, there is something I will show you."
"Oh? And what's that?"
I don't look back as I head out the door. You will see. Chapter 39. Kaia. I change my clothes, braid my hair, and collect my furs before I leave the villa and head for the village. I don't stop at Akima's home because I know he is not there. I pass the basket weaver with a nod and sidestep the stonemason's daughter until I finally reach the tunnel. Wrapping my furs tighter around me, bracing myself for both the wind and what is to come, I head for Akima's lookout. The tunnel is dank and dark, but I need no light to guide me. I've paced the passageways of the mountain so many times, I know every bend and every stone. Instead, my mind wanders as I muddle through my thoughts. I'm still fuming with Akima, at his childish display, at his utter lack of faith in me, at how close his presumptions were to the feelings that sneak up on me at times. But I know what Luke says is true. Akima feels more deeply for me than I feel for him, and the way he sees the Soshos is so different than I do now. What was once a burning rage inside me turns to smoke and embers the more time I spend with Luke and Joe. I remember the pain and hate, but I yearn more for a relief from it all. The peace of mind. The peace I'm beginning to feel in my soul. I want so badly to make this alliance between us work, and to be the change my people need, because I can see it, almost feel it, just out of reach. But I can't do that without Akima, and without the trust of his men. Despite his feelings for me or about the Soshos, I have to make him understand. The wind howls through the tunnel, feeling colder and more ominous than usual as I draw toward the dying afternoon. A frigid gust pulls through my hair the instant I step outside. I find Akima immediately. He has no furs on to stave off the cold, and stews in his anger at the ledge instead. his back against the stone. He sits as he did as a little boy, his arms draped over his knees and brooding. His gaze is lost to thoughts that deepen his scowl lines and roar so loud I can almost hear them.
Kaia's being rash and foolish, like always. Why does she never listen to me? Why does she always insist that she is right?
I want to smile at fond memories of our childhood, but I can't. It's those memories and how well I know him that makes it impossible for me to see him any differently than I always have. Hakima's gaze cuts to me as if he can hear my thoughts, and his glare hardens before he glances away. I won't let him ignore me, so I make my way toward him, reminding myself that we're not children anymore. Things will never be as they were again, and a rush of words fills my mind. I'm sorry. How could you? Never do that again. You would never react that way with another Etsy. Why can't you trust me? I knew I would find you here, I say instead. Akima's chiseled jaw clenches and he blinks against the frigid wind, though he says nothing, making me bristle. Not that it is any of your business, but with Luke, it was not what you thought it was.
You spend every moment with him, Akima practically hisses. How should I have known?
That's not true, I growl, and nudge his thigh with my foot. I've barely seen him. I've been in the Orenda with the elders getting ready for my claiming. Besides, you know me better than that. But as I say the words, I'm not sure they are true. I've never shown interest in any man, so perhaps like me, Akima doesn't know what to think or how to act. Resolved to make a peace between us, I sit down beside him, hoping my furs will warm him a little. Move over, I grumble. Akima budges, even if it's only slightly, which gives me hope.
I thought you do not want to be the Etsy, he says coolly, his gaze on the darkening sky.
What muted sunlight remains sinks deeper into the clouds. I lean my head back, my braids a thick padding against the stone. I don't, but it seems the spirits do not care. All of this has happened, and there is nothing I can do about it. I study the craggy rock face of the mountains. It's a sprawling range, though our home is carved into the tallest peak. I admire the white-coated peaks in a way I never have before, seeing their beauty through Luke's eyes, remembering his awe to see snow. I want peace, Akima. When my gaze lingers on him long enough, his rich brown eyes meet mine. They want peace. Do you? I expect him to look away, but his attention remains on me, his eyes alarmingly thoughtful. His hair whips around his face in the wind.
Does the Etsy want peace, or Kaia?
Though his question is veiled and his tone flat, I understand his meaning. This has nothing to do with Luke, I bite out. And it's the truth. This has nothing to do with Joe or you or me. This is about security for our people, and about what is happening out there. I point toward the desert we cannot see through the heavy mist settling over us. I learned today that the Soshos aren't the only reason Una and the others no longer leave for pilgrimages to collect what they need. The storms, the Soshos, whatever the cause, we are running out of everything. If we do nothing, we will die up here eventually. The Soshos will die in their village too. None of us can continue like this.
So you will solve everything, he says with amusement.
At least I will try to do something, I counter. And only when I register his lack of surprise does it dawn on me. You know all of this already. About our resources. The words escape on a breath. Una hasn't left this mountain in years. She would not know these things if not for you and your men. A flare of anger surges again, and I have to bite my tongue. I knew the wood and food and remedies we relied upon beyond the mountain were depleting. But how could I possibly know how gravely when nothing has been said, and nothing has changed, when everyone goes about their days as they always have? You, of all people, have been keeping me in the dark. Why? Akima looks ashamed, but he doesn't have to say anything, because I already know why. He's said as much already. Because you knew I would try to do something and risk your life in the process. I shake my head, feeling betrayed and foolish. And yet you guilt me for not wanting to be Etsy when you were keeping me in the dark? How could I be Etsy if I don't know what's happening in my own village? If I hadn't brought the Soshos, would I have ever known these things? I don't give him time to answer me. You only hurt our people by denying how bad things are, by lying to yourself and to me. We are no different than the Soshos. We are nothing like the Soshos, he says tersely. What could we have done before we found them, Kaia? Exasperation is thick in his voice. Attack their village? Continue taking more men off the mountain? Remain hidden up here? What could we have done? Go searching further out, leaving you all unprotected for months at a time? What if we never came back at all? I bite my lip, uncertain of the answer because all I can see now is my current path ahead. Akima shakes his head, and while he's always been the strongest of us in so many ways, it's only now I see the weight of what has been placed on his shoulders over the years. An impossible task to keep everyone safe, a responsibility he has been protecting me from since we were children. My heart warms and I exhale my frustration. Akima, the boy sworn to protect me, whose only focus has ever been me, has never known anyone or anything else. He loves me, yes, but what sort of love is it? I stare at his profile. Knowing him well enough, I can guess what he's thinking. He is in unfamiliar territory he cannot control, and so much change terrifies him. My strong and silent Akima absently rubs the goosebumps that cover his exposed arms, and I lean into him. Laying my head against his arm like I used to, I open my furs to wrap around us both. The tension in his shoulders lessens under me, and I close my eyes. I cannot do this without you. My voice cracks with truth. You are my arrow. Even if sometimes you are too sharp and rigid for your own good. I relax in the warmth that envelops us, but you have your own path to follow too. It cannot only be to protect me. I do not wish that for you. Akima remains silent and thoughtful, and for the first time in our lives, I'm not sure what he will say. The wind blows, the clouds churn, and eventually, Akima rests his head against mine. You do care for him, though, he says, his voice low. I don't know what I feel, I admit, and watch a hawk disappear into the mist. But it is different than what you feel for me, he finishes. My hand squeezes apologetically around his bicep. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice cracking again, and I hate how foreign and complicated everything is. I wish I could explain it, but I don't think I have to, because deep down, Akima knows this is our path together, just like I know that Luke, somehow, is where they diverge. Moments pass, dozens of heartbeats. The wind howls some more, and the sky turns the color of soot. Akima unfolds himself and wraps his arms around my shoulders, pulling me into him, and his embrace is warm and reassuring. He wraps the furs tighter around us. I wish you would fall at my feet like the rest of the girls, he says, so level and unaffected I can't help the laugh that bursts out of me. That will never happen. I know, he counters. There has always been something wrong with you. Smiling, I shut my eyes and exhale the tension I can feel all the way to my toes. That's true, I admit. I have always felt it. Akima rests his chin on the top of my head, and I inhale the scent of campfire lingering on him. I want to keep you safe because I know this is what you were born to do, Kaia, he says, squeezing me tighter. Luke's same sentiment rings true in Akima's words, and for the first time in my life, despite my reluctance and fear, I realize how impossible it is to keep the voice of change quiet. And I know deep down, they are right.
Chapter 40. Luke. I'm sitting at the communal fire with Tarek, doing a piss-poor job of everything he's teaching me, when I see Akima and Kaia walking toward us. The men around us stop chatting and laughing, and everyone seems to hold their breath. Together, Kaia and Akima's presence commands attention, and I'm unable to ignore the two of them. I see what everyone else probably does. They somehow look as if they belong together. But I notice how different she is from him, too. How different she is from many of them. Her skin is pale compared to his, and her tattoos adorn her like royalty from times of old. Even her eyes are lighter, setting her appearance apart from everyone even more. Akima's expression is impassive, but his eyes are hard and focused on me, as always, and I set my clay carving and partially wrapped arrow to the side, bracing myself for whatever he has in store for me. While it appears the two of them called a truce of sorts, I know Akima still despises me. Kaia's green gaze shifts from my discarded attempts to fit in to meet mine. "Come," she says, and she juts her chin toward the orenda. Akima ignores me, though, as he takes a seat among his men. Standing, I hand Tarek my piss-poor attempt at an arrow. "Here, finish that for me, would you?" He chokes. This is terrible." Laughing, I leave him to it, and spare a fleeting glance in Akima's direction. I expect him to be glaring at me, but he puts his palms to the fire, ignoring me still. "I want to show you something," Kaia explains as she shoves an unlit torch into the fire's flames. The torch burgeons to life, and I follow her toward the orenda. The noise and the lights of the village fade into the background as we walk deeper into the darkness. Instead of going inside, we pass the orenda, and I feel a pang of disappointment. I've wondered about it since I learned how sacred it is, but I say nothing. Kaia leads me up a narrow path carved into the cavern wall, and as we squeeze through a crevasse, I feel the beating sweat of claustrophobia on my neck, but I wordlessly follow. When we stop where the path opens to another cave, Kaia turns to face me. The torchlight makes her green eyes flash, and the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Well," she says. Her voice is a soft hum against the rocks. She's watching me, expectant, and I blink at her, licking my lips. "Well, what?" Kaia lifts the torch higher and peers up at the cave wall. Our shadows flicker over the images, so worn I almost don't notice them, and I lean closer. "This," she says, holding the flame closer. She points to an etching of a being that seems more alien than human, with a head that's big, round, and reaching like the sun. "This is our Creator, the Sun God. And that," she says, pointing with her other hand, "that is who you would call the Earth Goddess." Kaia's voice is reverent in a way I've never heard before, drawing me in like one of Una's woolen threads in her loom. Kaia points to the other beings painted onto stone, scattered among what look like corn stalks. She led my people to the valley below, until the end of the third world. Third world, I repeat, admiring the ancient drawings. Yes, there have been many cycles. The shift you speak of is the end of the fourth world, damnation of those who were corrupt and selfish, and a new life for others, hoping our people stay on the path of goodness and peace. With a sideways glance, Kaia sets the flaming torch in a holder carved into the stone, and points to what I assume are warriors on horseback. Stories say that we were given everything we needed by the sun god and the earth goddess to live on the land, and when Soshos arrived, they wanted it too. Many wars broke out, even among my people, some of them trying to protect their families and their food, but others fought for greed and power. It was the Soshos that banded the warring tribes together to fight, and once these Soshos were defeated, we went back to fighting ourselves. She blinks at me. It was a test we did not pass, Luke. She bites her bottom lip. Disappointed, the gods devastated the land, your shift, as you call it, and those who survived retreated to the mountain. We were forced to work and live together, to find peace, or all of us would die. I nod, recalling what Tarek told me about her ancestors negotiating peace between nations. It is said that we used to be patient and hopeful, though I did not inherit patience, she says dryly, and I can't help a smirk. Not like my mother and father. It's not lost on me that our fathers, our dead, and everything else that sets us apart, also makes us the same. How hard was it to convince the elders to accept our peace? I ask, unable to resist. I've been wondering about it since I'd heard. There is still distrust, Kaia admits, glancing at the cave drawings. But only because you are dangerous in their eyes. She worries her lip as she considers something. Every living creature must be respected, and we appreciate all things on earth, not only destroy it. But you... She pauses and leans against the wall. We are over-harvesting, maddening your spirits and killing the earth, I guess, and I know I'm on point when she flashes sympathy my way. Some people, like Muna and her family, believe this, yes, and I have seen the valley floor with my own eyes. But others, like Una, believe it is all part of the path we must walk, that there is no blame. The clouds and the wind and the sand, they are only tests we must embrace, or we can ignore them and fail, as we've done in the past. Her eyes are impossibly alluring in the firelight, and I want to ask her why she's brought me here and is telling me this. But I think I already know. Does that mean I'm a part of your path? I shake my head. Or that we, my people, are. Kaia's gaze shifts to my mouth, fixing on my busted lip from earlier, before our eyes meet again. Una believes so. The way Kaia's gaze lingers on mine, the way her voice lowers and her eyes glitter, lures me closer until I can feel her furs against my chest. I know I should take a step back. I know this will all end very badly if I don't. But I can't. And what do you think? Kaia's breath brushes against my skin, and she lets out a ragged sigh. I can almost feel the beating of her heart like it's my own. I think, she whispers, biting her lip again, you are my path. There's a howl of wind that whips through the tunnel, making the torch flames flicker, and we both blink ourselves out of whatever trance we're in. My heartbeat still thuds in my chest, but my mind stirs. Whatever Kaia and I are becoming is problematic, and no matter what every heady, desirous part of me wants to claim, we have to stop this. "We should return," she says, as if her thoughts veer in the same direction. She grabs the torch and hurries into the passageway. I stay where I am a few moments longer, listening to her retreating footsteps, and force my pulse to slow as I take a deep breath. Kaia, these torturous feelings. This isn't what was supposed to happen coming here, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. Chapter 41. Luke. "I don't like the cold," Toby states as he, Joe, and I follow Kaia down a winding, rocky path around the mountain. It's damp and cold in the heavy mist, but not like it is when the winds howl and the snow lingers in the air. "You do not like Una's stew," Kaia says over her shoulder, her eyes briefly catching mine before she flashes Toby a barely-there smile. "Or your cot." "It's lumpy," he grumbles, and Joe nudges him with a warning glare. "And you think our houses are strange? Well, they are." "Hush," Joe chides. Her voice is a low hiss. "Don't be rude." Toby frowns. "I'm just being honest," he says. "Pa always tells me to be honest." I can practically hear Joe rolling her eyes, exasperated with him after our week here on the mountain. Kaia's cheek lifts in a smile a few steps ahead of me, though she tries to hide it. "Honesty is very important," Kaia concedes, her voice carrying on the morning breeze. "You're lucky you have a bed and shelter to sleep in at all, Tobias," Joe tells him flatly. That she uses his full name doesn't escape me, and I wonder if that's how he knows he's in real trouble. "Stowaways aren't usually treated so well. If Kaia didn't like you, especially with all of your complaining, who knows how you might have been treated?" Whether it's Joe's words, her tone, or her arched eyebrow, Toby has the sense to seem affected at least. His brown eyes, almost black in the overcast day, flash with shame and regret, but he doesn't apologize as we continue onward. Instead, Toby is distracted by his curiosity as always. "Why do your houses look like that?" His nose and cheeks are pink from the cold, but his eyes are wide with awe, and that fills my chest with warmth. Toby, who has been taught to fear and hate these people, is no longer afraid of them or distrustful in this foreign place, and I feel a genuine hope that the rest of our people will feel the same way one day soon. I sober at the thought of such a thing. "Look like what?" Kaia asks. White puffs of air disperse around her face as she speaks. "Like they're made with mud," he says. "Because they are," she says easily. "We must use what the mountain provides, and that is stone and mud and the grasses." She plucks a wisp of green sprouting up between two rocks and hands it to him. "They grow well in the dampness, especially after days without rain, and once we dry them, we can make mud bricks to build shelter and mix them with animal droppings to make fuel for our fires." Toby's face contorts as Kaia clearly anticipates, and she smiles. "You cannot smell it," she says. Toby seems to realize this and quickly moves on. "Is that why you have so much dead grass hanging from the houses?" Kaia nods. "Yes, and why we have so many fires." "They aren't to stay warm in the cave?" "They are," she explains, kneeling down to pluck a yellow flower bud from the side of the path this time. "But the heat from the flames helps dry the moisture from the air so that nothing molds." She holds her hand out, offering the blossom she's plucked to him. "Everything has a purpose, and we must make of it what we can." Toby takes the flower from her, his fingers nearly the size of Kaia's, though hers are more slender and missing the chew marks he has around his nails. "What is this for?" he asks, giving it a twirl. "It is a dandelion," Kaia nods to his hands. "Break open the stem and rub it on your fingers. It is bitter and will keep you from making your fingers bleed." Toby frowns as he stares at his fingers, then glances at Jo. She shrugs and runs her hands through his hair affectionately. "It's worth a try." Kaia watches him with amusement. She says she is not patient, but the way she is with Toby says otherwise. "Come," she rises to her feet again. "We are almost there." Toby plucks apart the dandelion stem, and Jo helps him rub it on his fingers as I walk on with Kaia. "Where are you taking us, anyway?" I ask. She licks her lips in the cold and nods to the crest of the peak. "You wanted to see how we grow food," she says, pointing toward a slope of a garden, tended to by a handful of men and women I recognize from inside the mountain. "We must use every break in the rain to tend the crops. The sunlight is muted, but what little we have gives the ground a reprieve. This," she says, stopping at a base of a tiered garden surrounded by stone, "is where we grow greens and root plants." Kaia smiles at a tall, older woman with a gray streak of hair growing from her temple. Her strong build reminds me of a warrior, and her face, beautiful in its own way, is scarred on her right cheek and chin like one too. "That is Elon's sister, Istas," Kaia says, glancing at Jo as she and Toby come up behind us. "She was once a hunter like Elon and the others, but she was injured years ago. Now she manages the gardens." Guilt, ever present and festering, burns in my chest. I wonder which of the men left their mark on her curious face. Istas smiles at us, a bit forced, but a welcome sight nonetheless, and her eyes crinkle with warmth. "Go," Kaia says, motioning toward her. "The rains are coming, and there may not be another chance to see it before you leave." Kaia's eyes meet mine. "Istas will explain about the soil and the harvest." Jo and Toby walk toward her as she beckons them closer. It's nice to see that someone other than Kaia and Una don't just tolerate, but seem to welcome and accept our presence. But Kaia's retreating footsteps are far more interesting to me, and I watch as she continues farther down the path. I tell myself to leave her be, but she's right, we're leaving soon and may never come back here. Unable to resist, I follow her. If Kaia realizes, she doesn't say anything, and I'm too mystified by the thickening fog to say anything as we walk deeper into it. The moment I notice dozens of headstones lining the rugged mountainside, I stop in my tracks. Graves peek through the mist, some with tether markers of stringed feathers and beads twirling in the breeze, some with painted yellow and brown shapes and symbols. Kaia hikes toward the top, slowly and reverently, as if not to disturb those laid to rest. My feet move before I can stop myself from interrupting her private moment, and I follow a ways behind her. Eventually, Kaia stops at the top, where stone pillars reach high, covered in lichen and etched with carvings. I hear a whisper on the wind as Kaia crouches between two headstones, and I don't have to guess who they are. Her parents. The placement of their graves overlooking the rest of the burial site is a position of both importance and power. The tall poles adorned with ribbons and totems, ravaged by the weather, whip in the wind above them. I stop below, allowing Kaia a moment of peace. I watch her so long the damp air soaks into my long sleeves, and I truly begin to feel the cold in my bones again, regretting my lack of layers as the storm clouds settle over us, their angry winds like shards of glass against my cheeks. But I stand and wait. The people in our cemetery died of the choke or drunken brawls or heat stroke or old age, and while some of Kaia's people likely died of old age or illness, like her mother, I know many in the dozens of graves spanning the mountainside did not, and that they died at the hands of our deputies. Kaia turns back down the hillside, pausing when she sees me. She waits a beat, then, pulling her furs up closer around her neck, she makes her way back down, as reverent as before. "Sorry for intruding," I say, knowing full well I should have left when I realized what she was doing. Kaia studies me a moment. She appears thoughtful, not angry. "Do you have a place like this in Sagebrush?" she asks. "I did not see one." I glance at the lichen-covered stones and nod, though their headstones are too close together for bodies to be buried beneath. We bury the bodies beneath the ground, and have grave markers a little different than yours. "We cremate those who die on the mountain, knowing these Soshos cannot see the smoke and find us," Kaia says as she peers up at her parents' site once more. "But for many of these graves, like my father's, there was no body to burn." She rubs her hands together. "And Cole's." Kaia points to a grave near her family plot, the one without lichen, and adorned in brightly colored tethers not yet tattered by the wind. The fathomless guilt that eats away at me burns anew, and I can't take it anymore. "I'm so sorry," I breathe. The words come out in a rush as I close my eyes, willing her to understand, so that I don't have to say the words I know will change the way she looks at me. "I'm sorry for hating you, for wishing you dead, that my people have killed nearly everyone you've ever cared about or loved." The weight of it all presses down on me so relentlessly, I have to grit my teeth to keep the tears from my eyes. "I'm so sorry for everything." Kaia's eyes light with surprise as she bites the inside of her cheek. The mist of the late morning makes the smooth skin of her face glisten. "So am I. I hope you know that if I could, if Joe and Clayton could, we would take it all back." Kaia's cheek lifts slightly at that. "I know, Luke," she says. "As would I." She glances down the path. "We should head back. The rain is close. I can feel it." Of all the things I'm feeling, rain is the furthest from my mind. And I want to tell her I don't care about the storm, because there are things to say. Because when it's just the two of us, it doesn't feel like us and them, or Etsy and the rest. It's just her and me. Kaia and Luke, two people whose entire world has been turned upside down and inside out, and the past is like a ravenous beast, its breath hot on my neck. But Kaia breaks the momentary bond between us and steps past me like she can't get away fast enough. "Come, Elon will want to speak with you." She studies the darkening sky. "You will not be able to go to the water if it rains."
Chapter 42. Kaia. Wolfberry and sage fills my nostrils as I sit beside Tate's bed, taking the sight of him in. The sheen of sweat on his brow, the dryness of his lips. The birthmark on his left jaw has been there all his life, a blessing from the gods. Though I would argue seeing him like this is no blessing. I feel Kimmy's quiet presence behind me. "Has he woken at all?" I ask her, my voice rough from disuse. The fact that he's still alive is to her credit. Only briefly, she says, her voice so soft I barely hear it. His body is healing. He needs much sleep. I nod, relieved that even with the cuts and bruises on his arms, neck, and face, he looks better than he did days ago. I will wake him soon, Kimmy adds, resting her hand on my shoulder. She squeezes reassuringly. You have much to do. I peer over my shoulder at her. Lena is waiting for you, she explains. You have preparations to tend to. Reluctant, I rise to my feet. My hesitance isn't because I don't want to be Etsy, not like before. Standing at my parents' graves today was a necessary reminder of how important my family is to my people. And even if a part of me will smolder and turn to dust as Etsy, I know it is my place. Luke's eyes flash to mind, the color of nascent storm clouds in the waning morning light. I'm acutely aware that Kimmy watches me closely, and a flare of heat licks through me, making my cheeks burn. Leaving her with a thank you, I go to Lena, sitting with her spools of wool and dyes by the fire pit outside. She looks at me as I approach, then does a double take. What is it? She asks with a frown. Are you unwell? She sets one of her spools aside. I'm well. I take a seat at the fire. Just tired, I confess. With a watchful gaze, much like her mother's, Lena hands me a bowl and grinding stone. You are worried about the ceremony? Not worried, just a little overwhelmed. I set the bowl in my lap. Much will change. More than has already changed in a matter of days? She practically scoffs as she hands me a basket of dried violets to crush. It's nothing to you, I start, glancing toward home. Your life will be as it always has been. You have your loom and your dyes and your mother's herbs, but I will be in that stuffy orenda for the rest of my life, I grumble. Lena laughs and nudges my shoulder, prompting me to get to work. You make it sound as if you will be a prisoner. I grind violet blossoms to pieces. It will feel like it, I admit. I've learned so much about the world. I don't wish to be stuck in this stone cage. You are making peace with the Soshos. Yes, well, Una, Akima, and Elon protected me from everything before Cole died. What would they do now that I'm the last of my family? That's why you must have children, I groan before she can finish. What else would you do? Lena resumes her weaving. Be down below, in the wasteland, hunting with Akima's men? No, she says. No, you would be in Sagebrush with your new friend, when Akima is the one who belongs at your side. I glare at her. That is not true? Yes, it is. I have never seen you look at Akima the way your eyes find the Sosho, she says almost bitterly. My hand stills because she's right. Everything changed between Luke and me in Sagebrush. I don't know when exactly, but I feel it every time I'm around him. The way the air shifts between us, even when we don't move. The way I sometimes hold my breath when I don't mean to. It happens more and more each day. See, Lena says, watching me too closely. You are easy to read and predictable. You're one to talk, I mutter, and shove her shoulder. I know you will lecture me before you open your mouth. Your lip twitches, just like Una's. Lena glares at me this time, and I smile victoriously because she knows it's true. Perhaps if you stayed out of trouble, you wouldn't get lectures. Also something Una would say. Do you practice your glares with Akima too? I grumble. Do all of you sit around the fire, plotting ways to goad me? Of course not, she says with false bravado. Her mouth twitches because I've hit a nerve mentioning Akima. But sometimes, she continues, you make it too easy. I shake my head as we fall into silence, me grinding flower petals and her stirring her dyes over the fire. I have spoken to him, I confess. Akima. He knows he and I are only friends. Her eyes dart to me, her relief obvious before she can school her features. How did he take it? I can't help but chuckle. You say I am predictable, but you, my dear friend, are obvious. You should tell Akima how you feel. You are a good match for him. Stop it, Kaia. Why? It's true. He will see that soon enough. You just have to spend more time with him so that you don't get so tongue-tied. I don't get tongue-tied. Yes, Lena, you do. She shakes her head, clearly irritated by my meddling. So I let the matter go, for now. Where are your new friends anyway? She asks. I haven't seen them around much today. With Una, I believe, making tinctures, like your mother taught them. They worry they cannot replicate it when they go back. Which is soon? I nod. Once Luke learns of the water, they will return. And you? Lena asks, her voice softer this time. What will you do when they leave? There's a hesitance in her voice because, like the others, she worries I will change my path. Remain here for the ceremony, of course. The words taste sour, but I know that I must. If you stay, who will ensure they remain true to their word? I can see the caution in her eyes, as if she's still not convinced we can trust them completely. Elon. He will be fair and is shrewd. I would ask Akima, but I don't trust him to be rational. I can feel Lena's eyes on me for far too long before she speaks. Are people very ill in the Soshos village? She asks, and the amused lilt in her voice is gone. Their healer has been here many times to speak with my mother. My gaze meets hers and I dip my chin. Life has not been kind to them, I explain. They look much different than us. Some of their skin is so dark and lined, I think it might even be rough to the touch. Lena's brow pinches. And they do not share their wealth as we do. They do not treat each other equally. Is that why you feel bad for them? Lena ruminates for a moment. Something changed in you while you were gone. You returned less angry. I imagine that is probably true, and not only because of what I've seen in Sagebrush, but because I see the Soshos as people like us, not monsters. Many of them have damaged lungs from the sand, I explain. Children, elders, it does not seem to matter much. The sand, I say with a sigh, imagining it in my moccasins, in my hair, and beneath my fingernails. It is everywhere. There is no escaping it. I lose myself in the memory of June, as weathered and aged and sick as any of them, until the violets are merely a blue powder in my lap. I dump them into a larger clay bowl and begin a new batch. There, Lena and I look up to find Luke and Jacob heading through the plaza. Jacob's eyes are wide with what appears to be victory, though Luke's expression is less readable. Luke is taller and broader than Jacob, his features harder, and his hair not nearly as well kempt as the healer's. But there's something about them together that's almost familial. I have seen how Luke worries about Jacob, and I wonder if they are like brothers in their own way. Luke says something to Jacob before meeting my gaze, and with a tight-lipped nod, he continues past us, toward the stables. I'm no longer wondering if Luke has been avoiding me since this morning. I know he is. We did it, Jacob says, stirring my thoughts. His hands meet his hips as he peers down at us, sitting cross-legged by the fire. How do you know? I ask. Well, Jacob clarifies. Let's just say Una says it smells and tastes right, but I guess only time will tell. I peek in Luke's direction as I continue grinding hapless violets under my stone. Why does he not seem happy about this? Luke? Jacob asks, watching him disappear into the tunnel. He doesn't want to get his hopes up. We have to give it to our people in order to tell for sure. He doesn't want to give June false hope. Is that all that's wrong with him? I ask, and I hate that I can feel Lena's knowing gaze on me. He's been in a mood since you returned from the gardens, Jacob mutters with a shrug. Probably because he's going stir-crazy, and because of the storm. The currents are too strong for Elon to show him the water. Jacob crouches down to the fire's flames, warming his hands. "What are you two doing?" he asks, eyeing our spread. Lena glances between Jacob and me before she motions for him to sit beside her. "I dye wool for Kaia's robe for the ceremony," she tells him. "And you?" Jacob asks, nodding to my bushels of dried violets and bowls of red berries. "Are you making paint?" I nod. "For the elders and me. We must ground the pigments for binding." Contemplation crinkles his brow as he notices the boiling pots over the fire. "What do you use for binding?" "We use many things," I start. "Urine." He practically chokes. "Piss?" I smile, unable to help myself. It is an option, and sometimes it is all we have. But not today. My smile turns to a grin, and I nod at one of the pots. "Animal fat," I explain. Jacob lets out a breath. "Oh." His brow crinkles again. "So, why is there an Etsy if you have elders?" he says, reaching over to grab the bowl of berries to mash. "I mean, if you're the leader, what purpose do they serve? A council. And how do you choose who is an elder? And why is Etsy a woman?" When Jacob finally looks at me, I can't help my amusement. "No, not that I think Etsy shouldn't be a woman, I just..." He glances toward the adobe where Una, Toby, and Joe are likely crafting. "I'm okay with that, obviously, because I like Jo and she's the best of all of us in Sagebrush. I don't grasp the bigger picture, though, I guess." Jacob shakes his head. "I have a lot of questions. Sorry." "You and Toby," I mutter, but smile at his sincerity. Before this world, Etsys were in every village, and settled disputes and appointed leaders. Now, Etsy is one united voice of peace and reason among our communities, to speak and act on behalf of everyone. The unification started with my family, and so I will fill the role next. As I say the words, a part of me fills with pride, as if somehow speaking the words out loud breathes life back into my family's memory. "And the elders are from each original settlement?" I nod. "Yes, 4 elder descendants of their Etsys, 7 or 8 generations before them. They represent our differences, and through them, my family has based its decisions for the people." "Like who does what tasks, or when it's too dangerous to leave the mountain?" I nod, wondering how many questions turn in his mind. "But mostly," I explain, "the elders help keep the old ways alive." "It's like a government," Jacob muses to himself. He dips his finger in the smashed berries, licks the juice, and his face sours. Lena and I stifle a laugh. "That's what Clayton is trying to do in Sagebrush," he adds. "He doesn't want to be the only one in charge, like his father. He wants a council to weigh in on the important decisions. It's unfair otherwise." As Jacob continues smashing berries, I find my thoughts drifting back to Sagebrush and their struggles and desperation to survive over the years. It's more obvious than ever we would all benefit if we could coexist in peace. Perhaps even find a way to live together. But as fleetingly as the thought strikes me, I push it away, angry with myself. I cannot afford to be blinded by my feelings for the Sochos. Luke's face flashes to mind again, and I feel the heat of shame because I can no longer push him from my thoughts. His sorrowful eyes and palpable hesitation around me. His smirk I long to see again. The feel of his rough fingers against my face. It's not my feelings for the Sochos I must worry about, but for one in particular that has far more power over me than I've been willing to admit.
Chapter 43. Luke. A rainstorm is just a rainstorm for the villagers who have always lived in the clouds. But to me, it's more like an elusive magical creation I've desperately wished to see more of all my life. And the fact that Sagebrush is so close, and yet an ocean of sand and dust away, makes me wonder if Kaia's people are right about the gods. We've done plenty to upset their gods over the decades, and drought and heat stroke seem like comparable punishment. But as I sit under the cliff's edge, I find there's something about the snarling wild wind and pouring rain that calms me. The horses have already been walked and watered, and their stone stalls have been mucked. I showed Jacob the drawings on the cave walls for him to study and sketch. I also offered to make arrows for Tarek, even if he laughed at me in reply. So while Joe plans peace accords and negotiates our return back to Sagebrush with Kaia and the elders, I sit out here, watching the earth dampen to puddles, listless. Too much time in the mountain has left me stir-crazy and guilt-ridden with little to occupy my thoughts. Closing my eyes, I lean back against the stone, craving the distracting cold ache in my bones. A storm cloud of my own looms over me, ready to burst, and I feel like I'm on the precipice of something I can never turn back from. Kaia needs to know the truth, but I don't want to see the pain on her face when I tell her I killed her cousin. More than that, I don't want her to hate me. And every rumble of thunder is an echo of what I already know. I need to find the water source so we can complete what we've come here to do, and so we can leave before the blurred lines and my muddled mind gets any worse. Water trickles down the stones, dripping like miniature waterfalls off the rock face protruding above. Meanwhile, Sagebrush is thirsty. It's as if the rain gods are mocking me. "Tarek said you were here." Kaia's familiar alto meets my ears, makes my blood warm, and I have to refrain from gritting my teeth, not because I don't want to see her, but because I know I shouldn't care. "I did not believe him." "Why wouldn't I be?" I tense as she draws closer. I toss a piece of gravel at a small puddle a few yards away, making the reflected storm cloud ripple. "Because it is freezing and you wear so little." As if it's the most natural thing in the world, Kaia shrugs off a layer of brown fur, drapes it over my shoulders, then sits beside me. The warmth of her body so close sends chills raking over me. Shivering, I pull the furs tighter around me. "I haven't seen you wear these ones before," I muse. She glances at them. "They are not mine," she says after a heartbeat. "They were my father's." My gaze darts to her, and I'm about to take them off because it feels wrong to wear them, when she stops me. "It is better they are used." I watch her a second, gauging whether or not she's certain. The fur is thicker than any I've seen yet. "What animal is this?" Kaia settles back against the stone. "Bear. It was his first kill as a boy. I was told it fed our village for days." "I've never seen a bear," I think aloud. "Nor I. If they exist here, they are scarce like the other animals now." Instead of feeling guilty about things out of my control, I nod to the pelting rain. "You think our peace has upset someone? Unlike the sand that whips and whirls to its own design in the valley below, the rain falls in sheets here. It's fearsome in its own way, and beautiful." Kaia's eyebrows lift. "The spirits?" I nod. "It is only rain," she teases, her lips giving way to an easy smile. I stare back out at the storm, feeling anything but easy with her beside me. "What is it, Luke?" I can feel the weight of her gaze on the side of my face. "You are acting strange again." Her question is barbed and she doesn't even know it. My answer could ruin the peace. "She mustn't know. Peace is too important." While Joe meant the words at the time, I wonder what she would say now. But Joe isn't the reason I hesitate to tell Kaia the truth, especially not as I force myself to look into her eyes, greener than any eyes I've ever seen, like one of Miss Scarlet's emerald dresses that sparkles in the sunlight. There are things on my mind, I say, inching closer to the truth.
What things?
Kaia's voice is meeker than I've ever heard it, and it gives me pause. She almost seems afraid. I barely have time to question if she might already know the truth when she averts her gaze, blushing.
That I am to be Etsy,
she says, more of a statement than a question.
You have been distant since you found out.
No, Kaia, it's not that, I say on a breath. Not entirely, anyway. Her brow furrows.
I do not have a choice.
She sounds sad, and suddenly her furs seem to swallow her. Her unpainted skin looks so pure and soft, but her eyes are shadowed instead of sharp with determination. Kaia's never seemed so young and uncertain before.
It is something I must do.
I know, I say gently, and will her to look at me. I want to see her eyes again, to gauge the emotion shimmering in them, because it can't possibly be fear. I wait, impatient but quiet, and when her gaze finally meets mine, she inhales a deep breath and leans her head against the stone.
I have felt like a prisoner in this mountain most of my life, and now I fear it will be worse, and there is nothing I can do.
You will be their Etsy, Kaia. You can do whatever you want. She laughs, but it's tremulous.
It's not so easy as that. There are expectations and traditions I cannot break, not in this.
I stare at her. Imagining Kaia locked away in the mountain doesn't sit well with me either.
Etsy is the voice of unity, she explains. Our tribes have different beliefs, and there is tension that must always be balanced. If I upset that balance too much, if I am not one fair voice, I risk the peace our people have had for centuries.
The unrest she worries about surprises me, seeing how peaceful everyone seems to be. But then there wouldn't be a reason for an Etsy if it had been easy to coexist throughout the generations.
My indecision has made the people restless,
Kaia continues, her voice almost a whisper.
And there is tension between the elders because of it.
When I first saw Kaia weeks ago, she was a menacing creature with a black painted face and hard eyes lit with anger. I saw a rage I felt in my own heart. Now every time I see her, she takes my breath away. She is so strong and good, and will risk everything to do what she feels is right. And in doing that, she can never let her people down. When I realize I've been silent too long, I find the only words I can seem to muster. Everything is frightening at first. I force myself to look at her again so she can see what I can't bring myself to speak. Kaia has no idea what she is to me, and I watch the way she bites the inside of her cheek as she avoids my gaze. You will figure out a way to make it all work, and you will be everything they need, and more. Her eyes drift to mine, and I don't know if she believes me or if she's even certain what I'm trying to tell her. I'm not certain I even know. But finally, she blinks.
What about you? She murmurs. What will you do once you return to Sagebrush? You will have your tincture, and you will soon have water. You will have everything, and it will be like you were never here at all.
No, I shake my head.
No what?
I will not forget this place, I confess. I can't ever forget it. I can't stop the words as they dance on my tongue. I could never forget you, Kaia, no matter what happens. She leans in, and her lips brush mine. Soft, warm, sweet like fruit on a summer day. My blood heats through my veins, and I don't know what I feel more of: shock, relief, or desire. And when her hand cups the side of my face, cool against my skin, and her thumb brushes over the stubble on my jaw, another wave of chills consumes me. Her touch is a salve on an angry wound, so soothing I want to melt into her. Slowly, Kaia breaks our kiss, her lips lingering so close I can feel the air shift between us as she speaks.
"Apologies,"
she whispers. "What?" I rasp. Confused, I open my eyes. Hers are wide, but I see in them what I feel hammering against my chest: excitement and longing.
"I should not have done that."
Ever so slightly, I shift my head. Probably not. But I lean in and press my mouth to hers again, unable to resist. My mind and body are not my own, taking control before I can stop them. Kaia's lips part in welcome, and her tongue teases mine, not hesitant or shy as a distant part of me expects, but as greedy as my own. Her arms snake around my shoulders as I pull her against me, inhaling her with a hungry kiss. The scent of sage fills my nose, and I taste a hint of wolfberries on her tongue. I've never wanted someone so fiercely, wanted to savor them so completely, and been afraid to have it all at once. Kaia bites at my bottom lip, and I groan in wanting. She pulls away.
"Did I hurt you?"
I pry my eyes open again, my chest heaving as I register her round, worried gaze. "What?" I shake the haze from my head. "No." Her cheeks burn bright in the gray daylight, and her bottom lip is rosy pink and swollen as she pulls it into her mouth.
"You moaned."
Moaned, I chuckle, closing the space between us once more, pressing her against the lichen-covered stone. "That was the good kind," I say through a wolfish smile, silently pleading for more of her touch, of her taste, more of her in any way she'll give it to me. I know I shouldn't pressure her. I should walk away before we do something she regrets. But I can't bring myself to move. Kaia's gaze shifts over me, like rationality is taking hold again. I can practically hear it, telling her this is wrong. It's too much. I'm a socio, and she shouldn't trust me. I'm about to plead with her not to regret our kiss, when I realize she should regret it, because she can't trust me. She doesn't know the truth. And that thought chases every hopeful, basking thought and feeling I have away, sobering me completely. We shouldn't do this. I lean away. Wind whips between us, chasing the desirous haze away. You're to be Etsy. The knot tightens in the pit of my stomach again, as I remember she'd said I was part of her path. Not a good part. The truth stings, but I force a wooden smile. Una might decide to remove me from your path if she finds out I've even touched you. But Kaia sees through me, and her curious indecision turns suspicious. "Of course," she says, and I see hurt in her eyes and hear the bitterness of rejection in her tone. Kaia rises to her feet, her mask of detached determination in place again. She's no longer the girl who wants a life and freedom, but the young woman at the helm of her people. "Kaia, wait. It's not about you. There's something you don't know," I blurt out, needing her to understand why she'll regret ever touching me, and it has nothing to do with her being Etsy. That halts her in her haste, and her eyes meet mine again, more guarded this time. "I've done things you will hate me for." Her shoulders straighten and she inhales a steady breath, bracing herself. My hands fist, and a cold sweat prickles over my skin. I shot. The truth doesn't die on my lips so much as transform on my tongue. I killed one of your people. Her expression doesn't change. Her eyes don't widen with surprise or narrow with anger. She only stares at me. Chapter 44. Luke. Unable to stand Kaia's expression, uncertain if it's shock or hatred I see in it, I step past her and walk back into the mountain. I've never felt so anxious with nowhere to go. No Hannahs to drink my frustrations away. No June to worry about and fuss over. There are no deputy duties to keep my mind and hands busy. Here I can't even leave the mountain without the fear of a rock slide or the wind whipping me away. When I step into the plaza, I pass Akima, Tarek, and Elon. I barely meet their gazes, knowing now is not the time to venture in that direction. I'm wound up and itching to get out of my own skin. My feet take me in the direction of the only place I know to go, my cot at Kaia's. But I don't want to. I consider the pool cavern and waterfall, suddenly yearning for the humbling cold water. But instead, I find myself stopping outside the herbalist's place. Lena sits by the outdoor fire, still working on her loom and wools from earlier. She glances up as my shadow descends over the fire, her gaze shrewd, like she knows I have a secret. Her mother, the healer, appears in the doorway of their home. As if she can read my mind, she nods for me to go inside. As reluctant as I am, I can't resist, anxious to be away from watchful eyes. My stomach instantly sours. Tate, the recovering hunter, sleeps on a cot in the corner with a thin hide covering his dark-skinned body. His eyes move beneath his lids like he's stuck in a dream world, and my fists clench at my sides to think it might be a nightmare full of white-faced monsters. Whatever he was a month ago, he's now sinewy muscle, battered and broken with a hollow face. He's healing but emaciated after such an ordeal. A bowl of water sits next to a basket with ground herbs and bandages, and it smells strange in here. Whatever they've used on him is strong, almost astringent, but I'm grateful it keeps him asleep. We did this to him. Whatever the men did, they left him to die. But his will, his knowledge of the land, and his warrior spirit saved him. Somehow he'd survived nearly a month out there in such a state. Standing beside him, I know it's because of him that everything between our people has changed. It's why Kaia left the mountain. Why it was her I met in the cave, and not Akima, who would have no doubt killed me on the spot. It's because of him I hate myself more than I ever knew was possible, and why I question everything in my past and my future. It's because of him I feel so lost. I'm not sure how long I stand there watching Tate's chest rise and fall, but I hear my own voice before I realize there's something to say, even if he can't hear me. I'm sorry isn't enough. And in that moment, I realize I can never go back to being a deputy like before. Not after being here, meeting these people, and seeing this. But I am sorry. I need to get it all out, all of what's eating away at me. I'm sorry for what our men did to you and your family. I'm sorry for what I did. If I'd known it was Cole, I shake my head. If I'd known a lot of things, I would never have pulled the trigger. Not a single thought soothes me anymore. There's no reassurance or solace in what we've done, like I was able to hold on to before. And because the people of Sagebrush and the other deputies haven't seen what I have, and don't know these people as I do, I know they can never understand how truly revolting it all is. Tate's fingers twitch, and worrying he'll stir awake, I turn to leave. The last thing he needs to see when he opens his eyes is a so-show at his bedside. Running my hand through my hair, I hurry away, going wherever my feet will take me. We must find the water soon, because whatever grasp I have on the situation is slipping, and I can't stand to be here any longer.
Chapter 45. Kaia. No offense, but that looks more like a butt than mountains, Toby says, as honest as ever as he appraises Jacob's renderings of the cave drawings. The notebook he carries everywhere with him is nearly full, and I wonder what Jacob will do when the pages run out. Hush, Una chides Toby softly, and I think she might be stifling a chuckle. She and the boy have grown close in the days past, and I imagine Una will be lonelier when it's just her and me again. Who else will she teach about her herbs and snakes? There will be no one left to hang on her every word. She pats Jacob on the shoulder to get his attention. When he glances up from his drawings, Una traces mountainous waves in the air. "The way is yours," she explains in her best English. This woman who has raised me most of my life, who has always focused on the future, embodies so much of the past. She's more and more a puzzle to me with each passing day. "You see it as you will," she continues. Then Una peers down at Toby's drawings. "And yours look like..." She grimaces, but when she glances at Joe and me, a smile lights her eyes. "They look like breasts," she tells me with a small chuckle, motioning to her chest. And though none of them know what she's saying, I think they understand her meaning well enough. Jacob snorts, Joe tries to hide her smile, and Toby scowls. "Do not," Toby gripes, reevaluating his drawing. "They are not better than Jacob's," Una tells him, and the three of them fall back into their evening lessons while Joe and I indulge in the warmth of the fire. Since Luke walked away from me on the lookout, I haven't stopped thinking about what he told me, or the sharp edge of anger mixed with my surprise. The sadness made tears burn the backs of my eyes, even if I'd known there was a chance all along that Luke had pulled the trigger at some point and had been more a part of this than I'd wanted to accept. It has been his job among his people, after all. Even if the truth aches and burns in my heart, I don't hate him for it. Before learning the inquisitive nature of Jacob's mind, Toby's unabashed opinions and curiosity, or Joe's hopeful and determined need to make everything right, before understanding the sometimes odd, sometimes regretful look in Luke's eyes, I might have killed one of them too, down on the valley floor. The men surely would have. "Your thoughts are far away tonight," Joe says quietly so Una cannot hear. And I can't help but notice Luke hasn't been around much. I meet her expectant gaze, recognizing the concern that makes her eyes twinkle in the firelight. "Is everything all right?" I stare at her a moment, uncertain how to respond. "Luke told me something today," I explain. "A truth he's been holding on to, but I don't wish to discuss it now." I flash a furtive glance at the others. Jo dips her chin in understanding, then takes a sip of her tea. "I haven't known Luke very long," she admits, her eyes drifting to the fire. "But he has been angry at the world for a very long time, much like I used to be." She seems to realize this aloud. "So, I know what it feels like to be caged in with your anger and fear for so long. only to feel a bit lost without it when everything you've ever known is shattered to pieces. I searched the green and gold flecks of her eyes, wondering what, exactly, she's trying to tell me. Is she talking about Luke, herself, or me? I imagine he's a bit lost right now, she adds. Aren't we all? I mutter, and take a sip from my lukewarm tea. I didn't even want tea, but Una insisted, much as she always does at the end of the day, to ease the tension that always seems to nestle in my shoulders and neck. Una has always told me that the truth can be harder to bear than the lies, and I feel that now more than ever. At least now he is free of his cage, I breathe. And my thoughts trail off when Una glances over at us. I am new to mine. It comes out as a whisper, and I know in this moment that Luke and I are so much the same, it almost hurts. His entire life has been fed by hate, and mine by fear, and now we meet in the middle. He sees the truth as much as I do, and while he can now embrace it, I must take a step back. Suddenly, and more than anything, I want to see him. I need him to know that I want to hate him for what he's done. But I can't, because I also understand it. I know what it's like to feel hatred and rage and fear that's all-consuming, and the regret that comes with it, too. I think about Shade. I think about my father, the day he died, and if somehow, had I not insisted on going on the hunt with him, he might still be alive. I wonder if Elon might have had a fuller life, with a family, instead of being my protector and keeper in my parents' absence. I regret arguing with my mother when I should have been cherishing our time together, that our last words exchanged had been angry, stubborn ones about my refusing to be Etsy, and in return refusing everything my mother stood for. Perhaps that is why I have refused to accept my path, because becoming Etsy would mean our final words, the bitterness and frustration, was all for nothing. Wasted, hurtful, and far too final. Will you stay for the ceremony? I ask Joe, knowing it's a few days away, and they are likely to be gone by then. But I'm not ready for them to leave. I'm not ready to settle just yet. Joe refills her mug with green thread tea, exhaling thoughtfully. I would stay, she says, if it weren't for Toby. My sister is undoubtedly sick with worry, and Ashford too. I must get him home as soon as possible. And Clayton? Well, I know how he worries about me. Her eyes are regretful and sympathetic, and I hate that I'm so transparent. I know she misses home, and yet I can no longer ignore what comes next in my future. I nod in understanding, even though a desperate, finger-curling need to beg her to stay almost consumes me, and I rise to my feet. I will find Luke, I say, suddenly desperate. The tension in Joe's shoulders seems to ease, and before I know where I am going, I'm out the door and lighting a torch. I head down the path, toward the pool to check for him. The drawing cave and stable come to mind, and I decide to check them next. As I walk through the passageway, toward the pale blue light that emanates within, I tell myself that no matter what happens with Luke or when he leaves, all will be well and I will settle into my new life eventually. All I need is time. But imagining him gone, living a life somewhere else with June and his people, where I will probably never go again, makes my feet move faster. I pause at the opening of the cave when I spot him sitting on a stone in the water, staring at nothing. Water drips from his dark, wet hair, down his face, and over the curve of his shoulders and biceps. He scrubs his hands over his face, and this time, I realize, he's naked. His furs and clothes are piled on the ground behind him. As I tell myself I should turn and leave him, my feet do the opposite, and I step into the chamber, my moccasins scuffing on the stone and the flames of my torch flickering. Luke peers over at me. Unlike the last time we were here, when this was all new and his face was filled with awe, his expression is inscrutable. His eyes are on me and he doesn't say anything. He doesn't move. I think maybe he's holding his breath, waiting for me to shout at him after his confession. But then I realize I'm the one holding my breath, waiting. For fear or inexperience to change my mind? For rationality and duty to take hold? I can feel time slipping away from me with every heartbeat, and I want no more regrets. No more waiting. No more wondering. I step toward the pool and let my furs drop to puddle on the ground. I'm too determined and desperate to allow my insecurities and apprehensions to sway me. I unwrap the bindings from my legs, remove my vest, and pull my tunic over my head. Luke's confusion is quickly chased away by understanding. "Kaia," he says, his voice a low, incredulous rumble. I don't acknowledge him as I continue undressing, not stopping until the cool air accosts my skin and I'm completely naked. With only my braids and my tattoos to cover me, I step into the water. Its briskness sends chills over my body, already taut and humming with anticipation. Fear and uncertainty are liberating in ways I've never felt before, and it spurs me on. Luke slides off the rock and fully into the water, meeting me halfway, until the pool sloshes around his abdomen and just above my breasts. "What are you doing?" he rasps, his gaze scouring my face before dropping lower into the crystalline water. "Whatever I want," I tell him, "before it's too late." His eyes, glinting in the reflecting firelight, frantically search mine. His cheeks burn a bit brighter as he measures my resolve. "After Elon shows you the water, you will leave," I explain. "But I'm not sure if it's for his benefit or for mine. I might never see you again." I wait for him to tell me that's not true, but both of us know the future is uncertain. You have done things you regret, so have I, and I will not have this be one of them. There are no blaring insecurities to bury deep down, because this is what I want, to live in this moment, and it feels right. It feels necessary. Without another thought, I rest my palms on Luke's chest and rise on my toes to press my lips to his, soft and warm and far too tempting. Luke hesitates, but as I run my hand up his chest and neck and into his damp hair, the tension in his body lessens. He drags his hands up my back and pulls me into him until our chests press against each other, our heartbeats thrum as one, and our lips meet in a breathless flurry. I feel weightless and reckless, and I've never wanted anything the way I want Luke. His strong arms squeeze tighter, and my legs wrap around his middle. Every inch of him is hard and strong and pressed against me, and I lose myself in a frenzy. There's no shy, inexperienced hesitation, only lips against lips, fingers in hair, and skin against skin. I don't know when Luke presses me against the edge of the pool, and I barely register the cool stones behind me as the heat of him envelops me. Every rational thought makes him off-limits and unattainable, but in this moment, he's mine and I'm his, and I inhale his scent and appreciate his taste. Every nibble, lick, and kiss goes unchecked, and I pull his bottom lip between my teeth. Groaning, Luke breaks away, squeezes his eyes shut, and rests his forehead against mine. "Why are you stopping?" I command, my voice so gruff I'm not sure it's even mine. "Because," he breathes, "this doesn't make any sense. We shouldn't be doing this." I push at his chest, wondering what game he's playing. Why not? I know full well his body wants mine as much as mine wants his. "Because this isn't right." "Not right?" I grit out. This time I glare at him, backing away. Water sloshes around us and insecurities begin to surface despite my ignoring them. "Kaia," he says, almost smiling at me. "You don't want this. Not after what I told you. Not knowing what you'll be days from now. You say you don't want regrets, but this? You will regret this." My jaw clenches and I take an angry step toward him, my chest heaving for a dozen different reasons. "You will not tell me what I want, Luke. Enough people get to decide my future. I will not let you or any of them take this from me. Not if you want this too." My voice breaks on the last word, suddenly uncertain he wants me the same way I want him. Men like him, they lust and desire, and I see that in him easily enough, but that doesn't mean his feelings are the same as mine. As Luke's features soften, he rubs his hand over his head. "Of course I want you." His voice is rough and restrained. "But you need to be sure you want me. I am nobody. I am a Sosho. You are Luke," I tell him, taking a timid step closer. "Tonight we will leave the past behind us, and you will be Luke and I will be Kaia, before we cannot be that anymore." He blinks. His eyes roam over my face as if he's trying to reconcile everything I've been grappling with for the past weeks. "Soon you will be gone," I add, "and I will wish I had been brave enough to do this." Luke's shoulders heave with mine, and as his gaze sweeps over my body again, and his jaw tightens, I think I've convinced him. "Please," I whisper, stepping so close my toes touch his under the water, and my breasts brush his chest, sending a lick of heat up my spine. I bite my lip and stare into his eyes, filled with chaotic indecision. Before it is too late. I realize I'm begging him, and I'm about to feel embarrassed about it when there's a flicker of something in Luke's eyes, and he pulls me against him, heedless this time as his arms lock around me. He starts toward the stone step. What are you doing?" I gasp, entwining my legs around him once more. The water ripples around us as he moves to the edge. I thought, had I read him so wrong? A blush of humiliation creeps up my cheeks. "Hey." Luke's breath caresses the side of my face, drawing my gaze back to him. "Our one time together will not be in the cold water," he says, his voice low and controlled. There's an authority to it I haven't heard before, and it's comforting in a way I hadn't expected. "It won't do us any favors, trust me." His words are tinged with a wryness that puts me at ease, and his muscles tense as he lifts me out of the water, our bodies no longer buoyant. Instinctively, my arms tighten around his neck. The air is cool but not uncomfortable with Luke's warmth against me, and he walks over to our piles of clothes. I unwind myself from him, dripping wet, and reach for my tunic to dry myself as he spreads my furs on the ground. When he's finished and standing in front of me, I admire how perfectly level my eyes are with his mouth, and reaching out, I use my tunic to dry the water from his chin and chest. Luke reaches for my arm, gently stilling my hand. It's only now, with him towering before me, and the coolness of the water gone, that I feel my body begin to thaw, and being exposed and in the open makes me swallow a sudden bout of nerves. This is what I want. I know it with every wish and every nerve ending, but the unknown looms like a distant storm, and my body trembles. Luke takes me by the hand, urging me down onto the fur blanket. He bunches his dry shirt up and places it behind my head, then lays down beside me, pulling his furs over us. The heat is intoxicating, and it feels as if our bodies melt into one as his legs entwine with mine. I relish the weight of him and the feel of his hand on my cheek, savoring his touch for later. Luke's gaze settles over me. "I won't ask you if you're sure." "Good," I murmur. The way his thumb strokes my skin, as if he's memorizing me too, makes it impossible not to yearn to feel every single part of him. I want to remember this moment with you. Luke's face crumples momentarily before he lowers his lips, brushing them against mine. But we have to be careful, I tell him, considering my future and place here after he leaves. Una has told me about the discomfort and pleasure in lying with a man, but it is Kimmy who told Lena and me how to protect ourselves from becoming with child. I, willful, stubborn Kaia, am a shocking enough Etsy. A baby so soon, and with a so-show? I almost laugh at the thought. I will, Luke promises, and I realize my ease, everything in this moment, is because of him. You have done this before, I whisper. He is calm and confident, and even if a part of me wishes it was his first time too, I can't begrudge him for it. Luke's brow furrows slightly. Yes, he admits, but not like this. Like what? He brushes a loose strand of hair from my face and nuzzles his nose against my cheek. It's never been special, he murmurs, and my heart swells to near bursting. Then I can give you something too. My voice cracks at the words, and even if we only lay together in the warmth of our cocoon, I would be happy. I close my eyes, willing the threat of tears to subside, and my future without him to stay away, so I can live in this moment. You smell like the wind, he whispers, the tip of his nose brushing a slow, feather-light trail up my arm. And you smell like a man, I breathe. Like Luke. He smells like life outside of these walls, hard work and the future, like everything I can never have. And I squeeze my eyes shut tighter. The furs move and tingles fan over my chest as Luke's rough fingertips draw lines and circles and swirls over my flesh. Opening my eyes, I blink him back into focus and realize his gaze roams over the tattooed shapes and colors he traces on my skin. My body stirs, awakening from its subdued trance of warmth and comfort, and my chest heaves as his finger trails lower and circles my breast. You're beautiful, Kaia, he says, and my back arches as he takes it into his mouth. Fire, need, desperation. It rushes through my veins like the rapids through the tunnels, and my body yearns for more. I breathe. Lifting my hand, I run my fingers through his damp hair, memorizing the feel before my grip tightens. Luke hisses a breath as my thighs tighten around his, forcing his hips against mine, and willing him to feel the ache between my legs. He shakes his head, lifting his mouth from my skin. My hand falls to the stubble of his cheek, and I stare into his heavy-lidded eyes. Then at his lips that have caressed me in places no one ever has before. You're not ready yet. I stifle a groan, which stirs something inside him, and a wolfish grin engulfs his face. Lust fills his eyes. Not just curiosity and awe, but something wild and filled with a heat that was only simmering before. Luke kisses my mouth again, smiling against my whimpers as his fingertips journey lower down my stomach, stopping at my pelvic bone. Deftly and painfully slow, his fingers explore lower, filling me in a way that sends gasps from between my lips that he has to kiss away. I'm not sure how long the torch flames flicker. His mouth explores my body, and my fingers explore his. But just when I think I can't stand his teasing any longer, Luke lifts his head and inches up with a hungry but cautious gleam in his eyes. His moist lips glisten. Sweat beads his brow, and his expression is a silent request. I don't know where the courage comes from, or what I'm even doing, only that my body knows what it wants, and I want Luke, all of him. I reach for his length between us, making him gasp. No more waiting, I tell him. Nodding against the side of my face, Luke lifts up, and slowly he eases himself inside me, and the world bursts with blinding pleasure and pain. My breath catches as he fills me. He stills and whispers reassurances, his muscles straining above me. I grip onto him as the sharpness recedes, having never felt so full and alive. Kaia. Luke's voice is low in my ear, almost fearful, and this time I want to reassure him. I smile and bring my lips to his, willing him to feel what I feel. The gratitude, the relief, the power of this moment for me. Wrapping my arms around his neck, pressing my fingers into his skin and kneading the protective weight of his body on mine, I whisper, I do not want to let you go. The concern etching his brow softens, his eyes widen, and he swallows thickly. We can have this moment, he promises. We'll always have this. I nod, my eyes filling with tears, and I have to exhale a sob. I feel too much to bear it all. Hey, Luke brushes a rogue tear from my temple as it escapes my lashes. The impending loss of him is heavy, and my chin quivers. Don't cry, he pleads, and his mouth brushes against mine. Wistful, soothing. When he starts to lift off me, I hug him closer and hold him steady. No, stay, I tell him. Please. Our eyes lock, nose to nose, and something heart-stopping passes between us. A mutual need? A promise and understanding? A silent goodbye for what is to come? Whatever it is takes over. I kiss Luke again, more urgently than before, and soon every caress, thrust, and gaze becomes something I can feel in my soul. A mark on the canvas of our story, a converging of our paths, a claiming. And I savor every single moment of it as sweltering intoxication consumes us both.
Chapter 46. Luke. It's no wonder so many of the men and women in the mountain are sinewy and strong. Getting everywhere is a hike, one I'm not used to. And despite the ever-present chill in the air, my arms and neck are drenched in sweat as we make our way toward the main river that flows through the caverns. The paths are narrow and the tunnels long and winding, smelling of dank earth and forgotten crevasses. 4 of us walk single file, our footsteps echoing in the tight spaces. Elon leads, too far ahead to see him. Tarek lights the path a few yards in front of me, and Akima, I can feel his glare slicing through me from behind as he brings up the back. That man's face is the stuff of Sagebrush's nightmares, a warrior with dagger-like determination and eyes so sharp and dark they're menacing. But I try to ignore him. When we finally step into a spacious corridor, I straighten to my full height and push my shirt sleeves up to give my skin a reprieve. Sighing, I rest a hand against the mouth of the tunnel, ignoring the way the rough surface cuts into my palm. The image of Kaia, lying against the furs on the cave floor last night, floods my mind as I catch my breath, making my body heat in a different way. I can still smell her and feel the warmth of her skin against my fingertips, the taste of her. Tarek pauses in the middle of the corridor, and glancing over his shoulder, he laughs. Almost there, Sosho, he teases. Keep up. Slow, Sosho, Akima grumbles as he brushes past, coming out of the tunnel behind me. Unlike Tarek's playful nickname, Akima practically spits the word. His joy in watching me struggle during this trek is maddeningly obvious. I push off the wall and follow, bringing up the end of the line this time and refusing to allow Akima the satisfaction of me falling behind. Even though I understand his anger and distrust of me, I don't fully understand his relationship with Kaia, and I make a mental note to ask her more about the two of them later. I tell myself I'm more curious than jealous, assuming I have the right to feel either. But it's a lie, and I've been reluctant to ask her who is supposed to stand beside the Etsy, because I think I already know. I eye Akima as he strides with purpose in front of me. Friend, warrior, hunter, betrothed. Whatever he is to Kaia, I know he's unlike the others. It's in his stare and stance, in the strength he exudes and his protectiveness. He even looks different, with his long dark hair brushing the middle of his back and his tattooed arms marked with bolder, more intricate symbols, similar to Kaia's. I can't help but wonder what story they tell, and what he would do to me if he found out I was with her last night. Pebbles crunch beneath my boots as I follow him and the others into an offshoot of the tunnel that feels more like a crawl space, illuminated by Akima's torchlight. Knowing Kaia is wary of upsetting the balance among her people, I could never be her choice, even if she wanted it. But it feels wrong to imagine never lying with her again, and even if I don't know what happens next, our people have a truce now, and there may be other reasons to come back to the mountain. The constant knot in my chest loosens a little, as I consider it doesn't have to be the end of us quite yet. I imagine stolen moments together by the pool and in the dark corners of the mountain, and I try to focus on that as the tunnel closes in around me, and we crouch down, practically crawling in order to continue. A cold sweat chills my skin as I register just how tight the space is. Then I hear the water rushing in the distance, and I know I'm about to see it with my own eyes. And from what I can hear, a lot of it. I let the foreign, promising sound of it fill my ears. After a few more awkward steps, we emerge from the tunnel into a ravine carved through the mountain. Tarek, Elon, and Akima stop at the cliff's edge, and slowly I step up behind them. My eyes widen, my heart skips a beat, and I peer down at a very full, violently rushing subterranean river, cutting its way through the rocks. Veins of water trickle down the surrounding boulders, meeting the river and making it rage fuller and faster, like it's the mountain's lifeblood. To the men standing beside me, this sight is nothing. But unexpectedly, my throat squeezes and my eyes burn. It's water, more than I've ever seen in my lifetime. Our torchlight illuminates the rapids, roaring with the promise to save Sagebrush and everyone who has ever been thirsty, and wondered, when opening their eyes to the morning sun, if today is the day they sip their last drink. And it's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. "Luke!" Elon calls from farther down the ledge. His voice barely booms over the roar of the river. "The problem!" He points to the spears of light splicing through the fallen rocks. I hike over slick rock to the boulder Elon stands on, listening to Akima's footsteps behind me. It's the perfect opportunity for him to push me off the ledge, for no one to ever find me. But I forget all that when I follow Elon's gaze and notice crumbled granite and sandstones blocking the river's path. "Your side of the mountain," Elon explains, and I realize the collapsed tunnel is the cause of the stream's mere dribble in our direction. I follow its diverting course, wondering where it all rushes to instead. "The storms," Tarek says loudly. "It was not like this the last year we came. The mountain is falling from the storms. They worsen every year." I knew the water existed and that it wasn't reaching us for some reason, but seeing what we face now, all awe and hope fades. Where? I clear my throat. Where does the water go instead? I glare at the boulders that stand between life and death in Sagebrush. Elon nods toward a path and waves me to follow. There is a waterfall, Tarek explains, trekking up the path behind me. But where the water flows, we do not know. Having never needed water before, they have never needed to look. The four of us scale down, climbing precariously over and around slick boulders to get to the fallen rock formations. The closer we get, the more I realize how much debris is piled up, blocking the way. And the closer we draw to the water, the more I begin to fear it. It rushes like an unstoppable force, crashing against the rock barrier before veering left and out of sight. If I fell into the current, it would be a miracle to survive. And as it continues to roar like a wild beast in the cave, I wonder if I'd even want to. I shake my head. This can't only be from the sandstorms, can it? All of the loose rubble. I gasp as my feet slip, and I cling to one of the rocks, the porous surface cutting into my hands. Tarek reaches for me, but I right myself before he has to worry about it. He grins. Careful, Sosho. I do not want Kaia to think we brought you down here just to kill you. I huff a relieved laugh, glad it was only a close call, and glance back at Akima as he watches me closely. It's almost like the rocks, the earth, grumbles at first. A growl so loud I think it's come to life. Then it begins to vibrate beneath my feet. The ground shimmies, and I fall back against the side of the cliff, grasping at the stones. The men are shouting. The earth is shaking. Rocks and boulders fall into the river, splashing like angry explosions. I grip the rough stones tighter and lean in, desperate to hold on as the ground tries to jostle me away. But I don't register the rocks jabbing into me. As I watch Akima stumble forward, the torch falling from his grip as the slick rocks beneath his feet give him no purchase. He shouts, stumbles, and just as the world stops quaking, he falls. I run to the cliff's edge, Tarek and Elon shouting behind me, but I can't hear them over my racing heart. Akima grips the ridge, the water coursing furiously a few feet below him as he grimaces in pain, and I see the fear in his eyes. I vaguely hear Tarek and Elon grappling with rubble behind me as I fall to my knees. I meet Akima's gaze. Grab on, I call down, scrambling to find something to latch onto with my other hand. I stretch forward and pray the earth remains still a while longer as I clutch onto his forearm. Akima's muscles are strained and quivering with fatigue, and our sweat-dampened skin causes my hold on him to slip, so I dig my fingernails into flesh to hold on tighter. Cursing, I grit my teeth, brace myself, and with all the might I have, I begin to pull him up. Blood stings as it breaks through the skin of my other hand, clutching the jagged rocks, and I grind out a groan as I pull Akima up. Every single muscle in my body burns until I think they might snap. And then Elon is beside me. Bearing some of the weight, he helps me pull Akima to safety. I fall back. Elon stumbles. Akima gasps and rolls onto his back. It's only as the blood rushes back to my extremities and my heart rate beats at a semi-normal pace that I sit ramrod straight and glance around. Tarek? Here, he says in a garbled voice. I whip around to find him leaning against the rocks, wincing as he tries to stretch his leg out. Broken, but here. What the hell was that? I rasp, glancing between the three of them. I'd felt earthquakes before, but nothing so violent. The mountain,
Tarek says. It rumbles from time to time, but not like that. Not up there, Akima corrects. The mountain wasn't only grumbling, though. It felt like it was near collapse. And the quiet that fills the cavern tells me they all know it too. Tarek nods, wincing again as he unties the cloth from around his head and wraps it around his bleeding leg. We have never been down here during a quake, he amends. I glance from him to Akima and Elon, all of us still trying to catch our breath. Why the way is blocked, Elon says over the rushing river. The water is so close I can feel the spray of it splashing up over the ledge. I follow Elon's gaze to the crumbled mess blocking the water's path and realize his meaning. So not only the sandstorms, but the earthquakes too, I breathe, nodding in disbelief. Great. I wipe my clammy forehead with the back of my arm and rise to my feet. That's not much to contend with at all. I'm about to mutter that this day cannot get any worse, when Akima climbs to his feet, his eyes hard set on me. He stares at me a few seconds, then dips his chin. Gratitude, he says, his voice pinched. I imagine it is hard for him to thank me, knowing how he feels about me. You would have done the same, I counter, because despite his hatred, I think that might be true. If not for me, for Kaia and our peace treaty, perhaps. There's a silent conversation that passes between us, and I think it's a sort of truce. And in the end, we both nod to one another. We must go, Elon says, his voice booming. I pry my gaze from Akima and assess Tarek's leg. Is it actually broken? He tightens the bindings he's wrapped around it with a ragged breath and shrugs. But the wounds are deep and need to be cleaned. I run my hand over my head and reach for the only torch we have left. Elon goes to help Tarek, and I peer down at the water. It suddenly feels like we're in the center of a raging storm, and I wonder if the worst is still to come.
Chapter 47. Kaia. Do you think they are okay? I ask Una, my heart still pounding a little from the rumbling mountain, one of the largest shakes we've had. And 4 of the people I care about most are down in the cave. They should be back by now. Toby snorts from where he carves a snake in a piece of wood, like one of Una's he used to be so frightened of by the fire. Luke will be okay, I know that much, he mutters under his breath. I peer back at him. Why do you say that? My pa says he's stubborn as shit and can weather any storm. I bite back a smile and turn to Una. Her eyebrow lifts and her lips pinch around a cactus needle and woolen thread. They are well, she says, so certain it almost soothes my nerves. Lift. She gestures to my arm and checks the seams of my sleeves to ensure they fit properly. It is snug, I tell her, but though my ceremony dress feels restrictive, I'm uncertain if it's the fit, or because I know the next time I put it on, it will become my new identity. It's fine, Una mutters. Stop being difficult. If it's fine, then why are we having a fitting? I grumble. Una's about to answer when I hear my name outside, and there's a hammering fist on the adobe. Fear licks through me, and in 2 steps I fling the wicker door open. Is it Luke? Tate, Lena says, her eyes wide and hopeful. He's awake. Abandoning Una, I hurry down the stone pathway to the village. How long has he been awake? I ask Lena, excitement and relief making it difficult to breathe. Only a few moments, though he seems angry. Angry? I ask, wondering how on earth he could wake up from days of sleep angry. My slippers patter against the stone as I make my way through the people beginning to crowd around Lena's home with a buzzing of energy. I see Joe and Jacob beside the door, their faces stricken with something. Regret? Fear? "Tate," I say, and step inside. The hunter is sitting up, his eyes widening when he sees me, and he pulls a cup of water from his chapped lips. "Kaia," he says roughly, and there's a relief in his amber eyes. I don't understand at first. I hurry over, wrapping my arms around him. His body is warm and he is alive, and I squeeze him tighter. "I knew you'd wake up," I say with a laugh. "You're too bullheaded not to." But when I pull away, Tate's expression hardens again. He eyes my half-made ceremony dress and frowns. "You allow them here," he says, nodding toward the doorway. I peer past Lena and Kimmy and realize he's referring to Jacob and Joe. "The Sochos?" I breathe. When I look at him again, I reach for his shoulder in reassurance. "Much has happened while you've been recovering," I begin to explain. "I will fill you in, once you've—" "So much has changed that you let your enemy in your home?" he growls. "Near your people? They have killed our men." "No," I say. "I mean, yes, some of the Sochos have, but these people, they are good. They are here to talk of peace." Tate shakes his head, glowering like he doesn't recognize me. "And Cole? Never mind that I nearly died out there, that I thought I was dead, but you would let the Socho who killed your only brethren left into our village?" "What? No," I rasp. His confusion and anger is justified. I hadn't considered what a shock all of this would be to him. "They are Sochos, yes, and belong to that village, but they are not evil, Tate. These Sochos are our friends." "Not mine," he practically spits. "Not after what he's done." I frown, confused and surprised by such animosity. I know it's difficult to understand.
"There is nothing to understand."
Tate stares at Jacob.
"I saw him in dreams. I hear his voice," he says. "He speaks to me when I sleep."
"What?" When I look at Jacob, he looks baffled. Cheeks red, he holds his palms up and takes a step back.
"No."
"He's talking about Luke," Joe says from the doorway. My gaze snaps to her as my blood runs cold in my veins. "What?" Joe's downtrodden expression reddens with regret, and I know in my gut that somehow what Tate says is true.
"Luke, what?" I bite out.
Joe clasps her hands in front of her, swallowing thickly, as if she's searching for words that will make the searing pain in my heart disappear.
"Joe!" I bark.
"We agreed you shouldn't know in the beginning," she says, so calm and timid, I have to bite my tongue so as not to snap completely. "When we realized who the man was to you, we knew it was essential to keep it quiet, for the sake of our peace. It was wrong, I know that.
And now?"
I shout, rising to my feet. At least Joe has tears in her eyes to match mine when she lifts her shoulder, as if it slipped her mind. "I got caught up with everything," she admits. "I didn't think... I'm so sorry. I forgot."
"But Luke has not,"
I realize. I am angry with Joe for her dishonesty, but that Luke had come so close to telling me so many times and never did feels like I've been skewed by a poison-tipped arrow, and my heart is bleeding. My vision blurs as I imagine his lips against mine. Lips that told lies and held secrets.
"He told me he'd killed one of our men,"
I say, my chin trembling as I realize the cowardly weight of his unspoken words.
"And I'd been foolish enough to forgive him."
Chapter 48. Luke. It's silent as we walk single file up the narrow path, the sound of the rushing water so distant it no longer rings in my ears. Our footsteps echo in the cave instead, and Elon once again holds the torch as Akima and I help Tarek through the tunnels. I'm not sure if everyone's silence is born of exhaustion from a long and treacherous day, or maybe it's because there is little to say. We wanted to figure out where the water was going and how we could tap into it. But now we have to unblock it and keep it from crumbling in again, too. How do you save an eroding mountain? And what does that mean for their people? Every idea I have, every answer I can think of, is another feat that must be solved before water is no longer a burden for Sagebrush. If I didn't know better, I say as the familiar path to the village comes into view, I would think your gods are trying to tell all of us we have to move. Or, I say with a grunt under Tarek's weight, they're trying to get rid of us completely. Tarek smirks. So shows, yes, he jokes. It would be a perfect world. I shake my head, chuckling with him, but it's clear that he worries about his people's fate as well. Home, Elon says as we step out from one of the tunnels in the east side of the cavern. The edge of the village comes into view. I straighten and stretch my back, grateful to be inside this large, cold cavern again. Akima and I exchange another silent look before he puts his shoulder under Tarek's arm. They speak back and forth as we make our way closer to the village, and we all hesitate, noticing the group gathered outside the herbalist's home. What is it? I ask, glancing at Elon. Something for the ceremony? I do not know, he mutters as we approach the crowd. The villagers standing around murmur words I don't understand, but it's clear something's happened. Something bad or good, though I'm not certain which, and I swallow with apprehension. Elon and Akima make their way inside to discover the cause of the commotion, leaving Tarek to lean against me on the outskirts. We glance at each other, Tarek's dark eyebrows furrowed, and his face smudged with dirt from earlier. Tate, he says, as if he's warning me, and I realize he's probably right. The people's murmurs buzz around me, and suddenly I can feel their eyes on me, heavier than usual. My stomach drops, and though I can tell Tarek wishes to join the others inside, he stays with me, wincing as we wait for them to return with bated breath. The muffled conversation inside the adobe barely reaches my ears when Kaia steps out. I feel the air pull from my lungs, and my chest aches unexpectedly as I take the sight of her in. She looks different, draped in clothes unlike any I've seen yet. Her hair is no longer braided in rows, but loose and flowing like black waves down her back and over her shoulders. She's wearing a beaded leather dress, fringed with brown and black speckled feathers. The way it's cut in the front gives me pause, and I realize what the tattoos actually are. A breastplate of powerful images. Her protection. Kaia looks like the Etsy, and as I take in her fierce expression, a chill runs through me. The crowd quiets as she stops a distance from me. You killed Cole, she says, her voice as sharp as the anger lines etching her face. Those 3 words solidify the guilt that's been coursing through me for weeks. It is leaden, and it sinks like a boulder into the pit of my stomach. I feel the shame coloring my face, and the sweat already beading my brow feels suddenly feverish. This is the moment I knew would come, no matter how much I wished it wouldn't. Only it feels worse than I could have expected, because behind her anger is disappointment and regret because of me. Kaia, Akima says softly, stepping out of the adobe, but she waves him away. Her eyes spear through me. "You killed him!" Her voice catches, a pitch of disbelief that's barely perceptible, and it tears at my heart. "And you were a coward not to tell me." Everyone's eyes are on me, their red-hot stares searing through me, leaving me bare. But it's only Kaia I care about. Her glare burns the most, and it guts me. I admit. I want to step closer, to take her hand and explain every reason I had for not telling her. But I know it changes nothing. She steps closer, her nostrils flaring. Her eyes flood with emotion she tries to keep at bay, though I'm not sure if it's for her sake or her people's. "I trusted you," she breathes. She did, with her heart and soul, and I want to crumple at her feet. "I didn't want you to hate me," I say stupidly. Kaia's jaw tightens, her fists clench at her sides, and she stares directly into my eyes as she lifts her chin. "You leave tomorrow. Kaia," I take a step forward. "You have what you came for, Sosho." She seethes, and that single word delivers a blow that hurts more than I ever thought possible. It cuts through me, slices me in half, and flays me for everyone to see how far I've fallen in her eyes, in her heart. Tarek moves beside me, drawing Kaia's attention away from me, and her eyes widen slightly, as if she's only just realized he was standing there injured. She glares at me. "Is this your doing too?" she growls, hurrying over to him. Tarek whispers something to her I don't understand, and she raises her voice, silencing him. "Kimmy!" she calls over her shoulder. There's a bustle to get Tarek in the adobe, and Kaia watches as her friend disappears inside. "Elon will come to you with my terms for water once I have had time to think," she says coldly, not even sparing me a glance. Drenched in shame, I watch as she walks away from me with squared shoulders and unhurried steps. Joe stands outside of the adobe, deflated as she meets my gaze. While I understand the sympathy in her eyes and see her own remorse, we both knew this day would come. And now I must pay for it. Chapter 49. Luke. Standing outside, at what I've come to know as Akima's lookout, I stare at the rugged peaks and crumbling rock faces surrounding me. It's all glowing in what little moonlight filters through the cloud cover, and I stare at the harsh beauty of this place. It doesn't matter that my body aches after a day of climbing and straining and adrenaline-pounding dread. I'm too numb to be exhausted, and too angry with myself to sit still. I imagine June's voice in my head, berating me for being such an idiot, and it makes me miss home for the first time since we arrived. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I've thought that 100 times in the past few days, and now I know why. It hurts. My heart feels too full, and for the first time since my father's death, I feel like I'm going to burst, with grief, with uncertainty, with longing. I want to plead with Kaia to understand, but I don't deserve her forgiveness. I knew I was being a selfish coward, no matter how many sound reasons I thought I had for withholding the truth a little while longer. "You have to talk to her, Luke." Joe's voice startles me, and I glance over my shoulder. She steps out of the tunnel with a torch in her hand. "She will forgive you. She just needs time." "No," I say, closing my eyes as I remember the trust and, dare I say, love that heated the air between us last night by the pool.
She won't. Kaia had given everything to me in that moment, and I'd kept the darkest part of me from her. Jo sighs and rests her hand on my arm. Neither of us told her the truth, Luke. Even if she's not pleased with me, she'll move past it. That's different, Jo, I tell her, hearing the break in my voice. Things could change when her anger subsides. She will remember life before she knew us, how she used to be scared and angry, and what she would have done had she been in your shoes. She will never like what you did, but she will understand. It's not just about Cole, I say, and as if Jo suddenly realizes my meaning and how much deeper our relationship runs, she drops her hand from my arm and sighs. She needs you in the Orenda. My eyes dart to hers. What? I can't imagine Kaia would want me in such a sacred place. She talked to Elon about the river, but you know what we need to do on our end, and you must explain it to the elders so we can come to some sort of understanding, so we can make a plan. Jo turns back toward the tunnel without another word, and I realize they must be waiting for me. I feel a sudden cold sweat break out over my skin as I follow Jo back into the mountain. I walk wordlessly behind her toward the Orenda, where smoke furls its way out of the top of the adobe, disappearing in the air. Elon stands at the entrance, his eyes meeting mine before he pulls the heavy furs covering the door aside for Jo and I to go in. I'm not sure what I expected during all of my imaginings of this place, but the Orenda is a plaster room with a few tapestries hanging around, a fire pit in the center lit to crackling, and the elders circle it, their faces lit by flickering flames. It smells like Una inside, like her incense and sage, and the fire smoke exits the ventilation hole in the top. There are no windows, only the doorway we entered from, and it's far enough removed from the village it's like we're in a world of our own, absent the hum of voices and cooing birds outside. Kaia, Una, and 3 elders watch us as Jo and I step into the group. Briefly, my eyes flick to Kaia, no longer in her ceremony attire, but her gaze shifts to the fire. The elders' faces are impassive as we find our place among them. Una closes her eyes and begins to hum, slowly waving a smoking bundle of sage. What did the elders usually discuss in here before us Soshos arrived to stir things up? I bury my curiosities, knowing I can never ask Kaia about such things again. Much has changed, Kaia finally says, her voice quiet as she addresses the group, since our negotiated peace with the Soshos. She scans the faces around the fire. We offered knowledge of the water in exchange for food. But, as always, it is not so simple. I watch the elders' aloof faces, save for one. Akima's mother seems less than pleased about my being in the Orenda, but they all listen, their brows only furrowing when Kaia tells them there is more that her people must do. Though I don't understand her words, she gestures a waterfall and a diverging course. The way, she finally says in English, is blocked. Akima's mother says something with the sting of a wasp, and Jo and I exchange a quick glance. We help Soshos, Una says. We have food now. In exchange, we must help. She nods at Kaia, encouraging her to continue. Kaia forces herself to look at me, and it tears me apart inside to find there is still no softness in her eyes for me. You have a plan? I nod, begrudgingly averting my gaze. An idea, I amend. I take a deep breath. The storms are eroding the mountain,
I say, looking at Kaia to translate so none of my meaning is lost or misinterpreted. Confident words with abrupt sounds fall from her lips as she meets the elders' gazes. We must create a reinforced barrier around the tunnel, I continue. Kaia translates. Then, slowly, when she is finished, her gaze shifts to me again, waiting. I want to see more than darkness in the verdant depths of her eyes, so much so it's distracting. But as everyone waits for me to continue, I force myself to focus. Our access to steel is limited, so we must work with what we have on hand. How? A toothless man with deep lines in his face asks. His voice is rough and aged. How will you do this? We build with mountain stones and bricks, I say. And we have sand, lots of it. We fill holes in the walls with cement to fortify it. We use all the rebar and steel we can spare to reinforce it against the quakes that continue to crumble the way shut. I let Kaia catch up with me before I continue. And we use horses, carts, and a lot of men to do it. Our hunters, the old man says. I wait for a nod of reassurance from Kaia, but she simply stares at me. I clear my throat and appraise the unreadable faces staring back at me. Yes, we will need some of your men. There is more, Jo adds. She exchanges a knowing look with Kaia before peering around at the circle, as if the elders don't intimidate her in the slightest. We cannot safely trade you food without outposts to stop at throughout the Deadlands, Kaia translates, which feels like a formality more than a necessity. And they glance from her to Jo again. Safe houses must be built for storage and shelter against the storms. It is the only way to keep everyone, your people and ours, safe during transport. Less food will be ruined, and there will be less danger. The more help we have, I add, the quicker we can make all of this possible. We want you to have your food as much as we need our water. You may need our help to leave this mountain in the future, so it's a fair trade. Kaia's gaze cuts to mine. What do you mean? You should speak with Elon, but I doubt you have much longer to live in the mountain. Years, perhaps, but not forever. Not if the earthquakes continue to worsen. A flash of something fills Kaia's expression before it's gone, and her Etsy voice returns as she addresses the elders. They talk among themselves, Una and Kaia piping in here and there. But it isn't until most of them nod at Kaia that she finally looks back at Jo and me. We can spare 12 men only, she says. While the elders want to trust you, they also worry we'll be exposed without our strongest men. I look at Jo. 12 men aren't that many in the grand scheme of building shelters and reinforcing tunnels. But 12 strong and able bodies are better than none. We have a couple dozen men we can rely on, I tell Jo, thinking about the select few I would trust with such a task. Jo nods. And I know Mr. Traynor and Clayton, Ashford, Scarlett. We will all want to help in whatever way we can. The same people who came to our aid during the standoff between Doyle and the Marshal will come to our aid in this. I'm certain of it. Jo and I stare at one another a moment longer as everything we've been through in the past few weeks culminates around us. Her eyes glisten, and she dips her chin before regarding the elders with a smile. Yes, we can make this work. It will be dangerous, I add, scanning the wrinkled, wary faces studying us. It's a reminder we all need so that we don't get lost in the hope and possibility of what could be. The sandstorms and the quakes, I say. Their damage could devastate us if we are not prepared, so we must be ready for them. Kaia blinks, eyes lingering on me for the briefest of moments, before she seems to stir and meet the expectant stares of her kinsmen. We understand the risk.
Chapter 50. Kaia. The breeze is cool as I stare at Cole's empty grave, but it doesn't whip and sting like it often does. Instead, the night is quiet and numbs the burn of regret eating away at me. This afternoon lingers on my skin like a sickness, making my chest ache and my stomach hollow. I thought I'd come to terms with whatever Luke's past might be because things were different now, but I'd been foolish to think that was possible. I keep wondering what he thought the day he'd stood at the bottom of the hill with me, staring at Cole's empty grave, knowing why it was empty, and how Cole had met his end. It's one thing to know that Sochos killed my cousin, but that he died at Luke's hand? Imagining Luke pulling the trigger with hate in his eyes, no matter how much I want to forgive him and understand, it's too big and too real in my mind. I can imagine it all too clearly. Absently, I pick at the moss growing over the stone at my foot. Cole might have been proud of me for putting my personal failings and pain aside to do what is right for our people. But he would have been disappointed that I'd gotten myself in a situation like this to begin with, that I'd let my guard down. Heavy, even footsteps slosh in the damp earth behind me. I know who it is. "Have you come to say you told me so?" I ask. "No," Akima says, and the lack of censure in his voice somehow makes my heart ache even more, and I force out a tight breath. "Do you remember when I ran away?" I ask. Akima huffs with amusement. "I don't think sleeping up here is considered running away," he says. Then his voice sobers. "But yes, I remember. It was after your mother died." I nod to myself, recalling the utter despondency and loneliness I'd felt, knowing I was alone. Lost, angry, sad, scared. Cole found me, and I thought he'd come up to force me home, but instead, he stayed with me all night. Akima crouches beside me, and the scent of campfire wafts off him. "That sounds like something he would do." We talked about my mother. We talked about Etsy and how it wouldn't be scary because he would be with me. We'd figure everything out together. He would help me do it right by our people. I sit down fully, my legs crossed in front of me. I can feel the cold earth through my furs, but I ignore it. Cole made it all feel smaller and more manageable. A little less lonely, too. Now, I breathe. He's gone. I haven't even grieved for him because I've been too distracted. I hate that my voice breaks, but the shame I feel is all-consuming. Akima looks at me. I can feel his gaze on the side of my face, and I force my eyes to his. They are clear and intent on me in the misty moonlight. "You must think me stupid," I say. Akima's eyes linger on me for a brief second. Then he nods back to Cole's empty grave. Again, my stomach turns as I wonder what Luke did with his body once he'd killed him. Did he parade it through the streets of Sagebrush? Did he strip him of everything he had and leave him on the ground to rot? My eyes blur and my throat thickens as I try and fail not to imagine it all. He was all I had left, and Luke took him. He knew what Cole meant to me, and he said nothing. I shake my head, feeling the bitterness of rage all over again. "Cole was not all you have left," Akima says. His voice is a rumble in the breeze, an anchor in the chaos of my mind. Pivoting, he reaches for my hand and he presses my palm to his chest. "You have me, Kaia. You have Una and Elon, Tarek and Lena, no matter what happens next, or what you do." His words wrap around my heart like a promise, filling my chest until it hurts, and my eyes blur with tears. I know, I croak. And I do. They've always been there for me, and I wouldn't have gotten this far without all of them.
You will always have us,
he says, more thoughtful this time.
Even longer than what might have been before, because of your peace with the Soshos.
My eyes widen at his sudden acceptance of my decision.
Whatever path has brought us here was necessary, even if I didn't see it at first or want to accept it, even if I hated the Sosho.
At the mention of Luke, what's left of my resolve breaks like a dam, and the hurt pours out of me. Why does the path always have to be so hard? I cry, the tears finally falling from between my lashes. I feel small and pathetic and broken uttering the words of a child, but I don't care. My heart is too tired and full of loss and sadness. I don't want to lose him too. Akima's arms wrap around me, strong and comforting, and I know how hard it must be for him to hold me as I cry over another man, but he does it anyway. My friend, my protector, my Akima.
Then don't,
he murmurs. My shuddering shoulders still against him. What? I peer up at him. Why would you say that? You, of all people. Akima stares at Cole's grave in front of us, his jaw clenching in the moonlight as he loses himself to warring thoughts.
As much as every part of me wanted to hate the Sosho, I cannot.
He lets out a heavy breath, and I watch the way this new reality settles over him, as if Akima's finally given in to hope. Why the sudden change of heart? I ask, wondering what happened down in the cave. He looks at me.
Biscuits.
A soft smile lifts the corner of my mouth. They won you over too, then? His expression is stone still, but I see the twitch around his eyes, and I know he's trying not to smile.
I still see the danger in trusting them,
Akima adds.
But the benefits weigh more in the end. Yes?
I nod. That's what I think too, especially if we have to leave the mountain someday. After a moment, he adds,
even if our pasts are complicated, and none of this will be easy.
His words linger, steeped in meaning. Your mother thinks.
It is because of my mother I say these things,
Akima explains, lifting his eyebrow wryly, as if he can't believe it himself.
Her silence on the matter speaks volumes, though she would never tell either of us she approves.
I roll my eyes, wondering how a grown woman with so much knowledge and wisdom could be so childish. But why? Why does she push against everything so vehemently? It can't truly be because she holds a grudge against my family or me. She's too intelligent for that. Akima's gaze shifts over me, as if he's considering what he should divulge to me.
My mother fears you, Kaia.
I lean back. What? Why?
Like Una and Sakima, she has always had a purpose in this life, and it has never been brought into question, until you. You bring about so much change, my mother worries she will not have a place in the new world you are creating, especially knowing your dislike of her. Even if she knows a peace must happen, because it's best for our people.
A dozen questions jumble my thoughts, but I realize none of the answers really matter, because it all makes sense now, in a complicated Muna sort of way. She told you all of this? Akima smiles, a rare and beautiful sight.
No, of course not.
Then how do you know?
Because I know my mother, he says simply. It has been the two of us most of my life. You strive for change, and she fears all she does not know, cannot see in front of her, or touch.
I blink at him a few times, letting his words sink in. A lightness eases the pressure around my heart a little.
It is a lot of change, even for me, I admit. It feels like a windstorm, and I'm barely able to catch my breath. Akima studies me a moment. So, he starts, what will you do now? I know he means about Luke, and there's a tug at my heart all over again. I don't know, I admit. I'm so hurt. Would you have told him? He asks. There's curiosity in his question, not judgment. Yes, I think I would have. The words come easily enough, but lack conviction. I think about June, wrinkled and sick back in Sagebrush. If she'd died at my hand, if that remedy had hurt her, instead of helping her coughing fit, I would hate to see the sadness in his eyes, and the knowledge that I had something to do with it. But I can't be sure. We sit in silence for a while. Akima doesn't try to sway me, because I don't think he cares what I decide, as much as he wants me to be happy, and I love him all the more for it. I wrap my arms around him. I am glad you came out here, I tell him. I've missed you, Akima. I don't like us being at odds. He exhales, squeezing me more tightly. Me neither. And I hope you meant what you said, because I will need you in this. You are the cautious reason to my wistful hope. Slowly, Akima leans back, his eyes searching mine. Then you will have me, he whispers. I wake to the sun peeking through the clouds, happily blazing against my cheeks despite the brisk breeze. I blink, only vaguely remembering I'd been outside by Cole's grave when Akima stirs beside me. He grumbles and pulls a rock from under his back, glaring at it. It's not as fun as it used to be, I muse, and sit up with a yawn and stiff neck. No, he mutters, it's not. Appraising his unkempt appearance and sleep-crinkled face, I pick a fleck of lichen from his hair. He lifts an eyebrow. What are you smiling about? He says, and reaches for something on my furs. He pulls it off and shows it to me, earning a shriek, and flings it behind him. A slug? I say, running my hands over my furs and through my rumpled hair. This look, he says, appraising me in return. It's not as cute as when you were little either. I punch his shoulder, earning a grunt from him, and rise to my feet. I feel freer today, more hopeful again, like it's truly the dawn of a new beginning, and I know that has everything to do with Akima. Want to steal some biscuits from Una? Joe taught her how to make them with some of the ingredients we brought back. I think you owe me that at least, he says, cracking his back as he falls into step behind me. We make our way down the hill and follow the carved path around the mountain until we're back at the village. The air between Akima and me is lighter than it's been in years, since everything between us started to shift, and we seem to revel in it, ambling back home. My heartbeat skips a little as we draw closer to Una's, and I wonder what I'll say to Luke. I know I should pull him aside and speak with him, that I should allow him the opportunity to say something at least. Akima inhales deeply as he reaches for the door. I can smell the biscuits, he says, and we find Una bustling around the hearth alone. I glance around. Where is your shadow? I ask. Is Toby still sleeping? Una turns around, glancing from Akima, who fills the doorway completely, to me. They've left, Mana, Una says softly. Gone? Her words lance through me. It was your wish, Una reminds me. They have much to do, so they left before dawn. Akima appears almost regretful, and the lightness in my chest deflates a little. I hadn't expected to feel a sickening sense of loss in their absence. No Toby, chattering and asking ceaseless questions. No Joe humming beside Una. No Jacob and Luke bantering in their room.
Suddenly, the adobe feels cold and empty, and regret blooms anew.
Chapter 51. Luke. After leaving the wagon at the Mason's farm and Joe and Toby to get an earful from a frantic Miss Scarlet, Jacob and I ride to the stable to let our horses rest from our 2-day journey home. We leave Tuck and Delilah to fill their bellies after a brushdown and head toward the center of town. Sagebrush is mostly quiet, and flickering lamplight burns outside the businesses still open. The rest of the road is washed in moonlight. Crickets chirp, a sound I realize I've missed in all the howling wind of the mountain, and a part of me revels in the heat of the desert, even with the all-too-familiar feeling of sweat-dampened clothes stuck to my skin. "What's that solemn look for?" Jacob asks, nudging me with his elbow. He switches his leather satchel to the other shoulder. "Aren't you happy to be home, to see June? She can start the tinctures tonight. With any luck, she might be feeling better by the end of the week." I nod, relieved at the thought. "Hopefully. And yet you've been scowling since we left. Look," he says, turning to walk backward, facing me. "I know things didn't end the way you wanted them to with Kaia," he starts, and my jaw clenches to keep my utter disappointment and regret at bay. I've been stewing in it since we left. But you have to admit, for all the shit we've been through the past month, it's been a huge success. Look how close we are to having a steady supply of water again." "You're not supposed to count your chickens before they hatch," I tell him, channeling my inner June. "We don't have the water yet. It might be months before we do." There's the pessimistic Luke I knew before all of this started. I was wondering where he'd gone off to. I didn't recognize you up on that mountain. "Screw off," I mutter, and readjust the pack on my back. Jacob chuckles, but no matter how animated he tries to be, I see it in his eyes, too. The feeling that something is missing. "What about you?" I say. "Until 5 seconds ago, you haven't been your chatterbox self." With a sigh, Jacob turns back around and falls into step beside me again. "Yeah, it feels strange coming home. Part of me is glad to be here, but I liked being in the village, learning new things and meeting new people. Now that I'm back, and once Clayton has my notes, I'll likely go back to living in my father's shadow until he retires and I have to take over his business." Suddenly, I feel like a shit friend. I've been so focused on myself, I haven't thought much about Jacob in all of this. Sure, he was equal parts excited and terrified to go on this trip initially, but in the past weeks, he's come into his own. Curious, excited, giddy even, as he soaked up so much knowledge like the schoolboy I'd known as a child. "It doesn't have to be that way," I tell him. "You don't have to practice medicine in your father's shadow. This peace with the natives is only the beginning. You're the one who's established relationships with the villagers and learned about their customs and ways of living. Clayton will need you more than you know. He'd be dumb not to send you out to the meeting point in a couple weeks. You can help translate if needed. We have 3 shelters to start building." Jacob's head tilts at that, and I can practically see his mind spinning with possibilities. "You're right," he muses. I grin. "I know." With an eye roll, Jacob nudges me again. "What about you? You're moping like you'll never see Kaia again. She's at the helm of this. You'll be able to make things right. It's going to take time is all." "Kaia never wants to see me again," I remind him. "She's not going to come off that mountain. If anything, she'll send Elon or Tarek in her place. Besides, she's too important to come down here and risk her life in these storms. Deep down, she knows that. She's seen firsthand what they can do." "Hey, Luke," Cora calls, stepping onto the porch of the brass rail saloon. "Howdy, Jacob." We both wave a quick hello. "Y'all coming in for a cool down?
We've sure missed you. We want to hear all about your adventures."
"Another time," I call back and lift my pack to show her. I'm beat. The lanterns flicker by the saloon doorway, and Cora's pouty face doesn't escape me, but she waves, her pink dress swaying back and forth as she simpers and winks back at us. Jacob sighs, gaze clinging to her a split second longer before he focuses on the road.
"I remember when she was the quiet girl in the schoolroom," he says longingly, and it gives me pause. I stop and stare at him.
"She still is," I tell him. "Why don't you go in and talk to her?" Jacob blanches.
"No, never. I wouldn't. I can't."
I chuckle and shake my head. "Not with an attitude like that, you can't." He growls something inaudible, and I allow myself to bask in his sudden, perturbed silence.
"I don't know how to talk to her," he finally admits. "It's been too long, and she's..."
"She's what?" I hedge, though I know where his mind is. I want to make him say it.
"You know, lady of the night," he mutters, sending me into a fit of laughter. "Damn it, Luke, that's why I didn't want to say anything," he grumbles.
"If she had someone to go home to," I say, catching my breath, "someone good, I bet she would leave that place in a heartbeat. None of them are ladies of the night because they want to be, Jake. This place doesn't offer much, you know that. It's the lot she has, until something else comes along." That seems to give him plenty to think about, because he's quiet again. I'm almost to June's place when I hear Holyworth behind me. "You survived the savage drifters," he calls. I cringe at his words, and Jacob and I regard one another, reluctant to turn around and deal with a loud-mouthed deputy at the moment. But we do anyway. Holyworth staggers over from his evening drinks with the blacksmith, not completely drunk, but close enough. "Wasn't sure if they gutted you or..." "No, it wasn't like that," I tell him. "And we're fine, as you can see." "Tell me," he continues as if he didn't even hear me. "Did you scope the place out, figure out all their weaknesses?" "That would be dumb, wouldn't it?" I drawl. "Seeing as they know that mountain and more about the water than we do." He shifts his head to the side. "Really? Well, I bet you figured out where they're hiding it." "They aren't hiding it." Exhaustion gives way to my impatience. "And Clayton will address everyone tomorrow once we tell him..." "Fuck Clayton," Holyworth hisses. "I'm asking you. What's the plan, Luke?" "The plan is to keep peace with them. No more games," I bite back. Holyworth finally detects my irritation, and he sneers. "Well, I don't believe it," he practically snorts. "You've gone soft on us, kid." "More like I understand the bigger picture now," I grind out. "Are you sure it's not that pretty little thing I saw riding around with the drifters when they were here? Did you dip your..." "Shut your fucking mouth, Holyworth," I growl, rounding on him. His eyes widen, glinting with surprise and sudden understanding. "You hound dog, you did, didn't you?" He pushes me away from him as I realize I'm gripping his shirt. But I latch on harder, fury heating every inch of my coiled body. "The water situation is worse than you know," I bite out. "They are our only hope, so don't you dare get any ideas," I warn. "We need them, you hear me? Tell the others too. Otherwise I have no problem breaking that shooting arm of yours so that you don't have much of a choice in the matter." I don't know where the sudden rage comes from, or why the threats spill from my lips, especially because I know Holyworth is more bark than bite, but I want him to know how serious I am. I want everyone to understand. I said, "Do you Yes, Christ, O'Brien." This time he manages to shove away from me and stumbles back. "I got it." "Good," I growl. Holyworth spits, and Jacob and I watch him turn on his heels and head back toward the blacksmith, sparing me a final glance over his shoulder.
You think he'll cause trouble?
Jacob whispers. No, I say confidently and shake my head. There's a reason he didn't join Doyle's rebellion. He's a coward, and most of the men left are loyal to Ashford alone.
At least they know where you stand now, he thinks aloud.
I reach down for my pack I'd dropped in the dirt and sling it over my shoulder again. I gotta get to June's, I say with renewed purpose. And I need sleep. The pounding behind my eyes is suddenly incessant.
All right then,
Jacob grips my shoulder. I'll see you at the Cunningham estate tomorrow. With a nod, I veer to June's apartment on the corner.
Hey, Luke,
Jacob calls. I glance back at him.
I know it doesn't feel like it now, but Kaia will come around. She'll see how much you care about her, that you didn't want to hurt her, and it will all work out. You'll see.
Yeah? And how do you know that? I call back.
He's thoughtful a moment, and finally shrugs. Because I saw the two of you together, and I've seen the way Joe looks at Clayton. You and Kaia, you look at each other that way. So it has to be fated, right?
The certainty in his voice makes my chest cinch with hope, and I swallow thickly.
Maybe you're right, Jake, I say, though my heart isn't in it. Maybe you're right.
I push thoughts of Kaia from my mind as I prepare myself for what I might find at June's place. It's past 9, and a glow filters through her draped window, so I know she's awake. But it's occurred to me more than once that even if Kimmy's regimen works on others inflicted with the choke, June might be too far gone already. She's had it for so long, I don't know if her body will recover after all these years. I reach for the door, bracing myself, and slowly push it open. The familiar dusty scent of home hits my nose, and June glances up from her seat on the divan, startled.
Luke,
she breathes, and her lips curve in a watery smile. Stepping inside, I push the door closed behind me and let my bag slide to the floor beside it.
Hey, Junie.
She moves to stand, but I shake my head and cross the room to her.
Don't get up. I'll get up if I want to,
she wheezes, and in spite of her shallow breaths, she still has that staunch determination about her that makes me smile despite myself.
I got myself down here, didn't I? I can get myself up.
I resist an eye roll and meet her halfway.
Oh, look at you,
she rasps, her arms wrapping around my middle. I pull her in for a hug, breathing the familiar scent of the wax from her candles. Her body is warm and bony in my hold, and how unpredictable and uncertain life is suddenly sets in as I realize just how lucky I am that nothing happened to her while I was away.
How have you been?
I ask, taking a step back. I want to see the truth in her eyes, knowing honesty when it comes to her health doesn't come easily.
Oh,
she says, waving my question away.
Just bored to death. If it weren't for Mrs. Pelly bringing me some books to borrow, and Miss Scarlett and that beau of hers taking me to church with them last week, I might have given up already.
While it's a joke, I don't smile.
What about you? She continues. You back for good, or is this only another pit stop?
I'm back, I tell her, helping June to sit back on the sofa again. Sort of. She's wheezing a bit, but I try not to let it distract me. Instead, I turn for my bag. And I've brought you something to try. I remove a small jug, corked with a clay stopper, and wrapped tightly in deerskin to keep it from spilling. It's a tincture I want you to try. I think it will help with your breathing.
Really? Did the drifters make it?
No, I say. Jacob did. But Kaia's healers taught him how. We have to figure out how to grow some of the ingredients here, hopefully in Mrs. Cunningham's greenhouse. June eyes me carefully, but says nothing as I unwrap the small jug and hand it to her. Her eyebrows furrow as she brings it to her nose.
What in the... She glares at me. You trying to kill me? It smells like bog water.
June, I admonish. It could help clear the phlegm in your lungs. You have to try it. My tone leaves no room for argument.
Fine, she relents.
There's enough in there to last you a couple weeks, until Jacob can make some more. I want you to take a swig in the morning when you wake up, and at night before you go to bed. Those are Jacob's orders, not mine, so don't fight me on it. I nod for her to drink some, and with a scowl, she does. Though her face is braced for the worst, June's eyes widen as she swallows and licks her lips.
It's not as bad as it smells, she admits.
Good.
And what is this sort of, she says. Are you back, or aren't you?
Letting my pack fall to the ground, I sit down on the sofa beside her. The cushions are the softest thing I've felt in days, and my body practically puddles into them. I have to head back out soon.
To see Kaia?
She asks, and my eyes shoot to hers. There's a glinting curiosity in them that makes me feel sick to my stomach. No, I answer, averting my gaze. We're meeting a group of her people in the Deadlands to start constructing safe houses.
Safe houses? You all planning on spending even more time out there?
I nod reluctantly. We have little choice. We discovered why the water's disappearing, and we have a lot of work to do before we can make things right. The safe houses between here and the mountain are only the first step. I meet June's eyes again. We'll be spending a lot of time out there for the foreseeable future. I'm not sure if I regret telling her because I know she'll worry, even if she'll never admit it, or if it's because the more time I'm away, the less time I'll see her before. The wheeze in June's chest punctuates my concern, but she's thoughtful and quiet for a few heartbeats before she takes my hand in hers. Her wrinkly fingers are soft against my calloused hands, and I grip them tighter.
What happened, Luke? She asks softly. With the girl, she clarifies. I see it in your eyes, a sadness I've never seen before.
I exhale a month's worth of exhaustion and run my hand over my face. I screwed up and lied to her. The admission stings, and I clear my throat. Either way, it would have ended like this. I just wish I'd been man enough to face it earlier, before
what?
Before it was too hard. I pinch the bridge of my nose and squeeze my eyes shut. June pats my hand, then clasps my fingers in hers.
You're a good man, Luke, she says in earnest. You have been lost for most of your life, but even then, you have always been good. Whatever's happened, Kaia will discover that with time.
I nod, wishing that were true. I'll be fine, I promise her. The exhaustion doesn't help is all. I pat her hand reassuringly. It's good to be home. She lifts a pale gray eyebrow, but says nothing. There's a lot to do tomorrow, I think aloud, knowing I should get up and walk home to the barracks, to an apartment I haven't been to in weeks. But here with June, in the heat of the night and with the soft cushions around me, I can't seem to lift my head or open my eyes. There's a lot to do, I repeat. I should. But I don't remember what I was going to say, and the sound of June's shallow breaths and the scent of wax fade away.
Chapter 52. Kaia. Teach her your wisdom, that she may trust her heart, her spirit, and her mind. Una's words lull against the percussions around me, beating in a steady, soothing rhythm. That she might trust beyond her fear, and walk in balance with the sun and moon. The scent of sage and wood smoke fills my nostrils, and I feel the heat of the flames blazing in the center of the circle against my painted skin. Everything Una says becomes a distant hum, as I imagine my mother during her ceremony. Whatever trepidations she'd felt, she'd conquered, becoming a strong, beloved Etsy until her final days. She was fair and wise and beautiful. She commanded respect and acted in compassion and love. She was everything to her people, and it is filling her shoes that cuts at my heart, bearing it to be censured and judged. And loved. Her voice is soft in my ears, and chills tumble over my skin. I feel her in my heart, whispering her praise and giving me strength. Akima's supportive words from the mountain peak linger, filling me with a confidence I hadn't felt before, knowing I am not alone. Never alone. And I feel that now with every fiber in me. May her ears be sharp to hear your voice, and her eyes wide, welcoming the path that lies ahead. Once Una sings the hymn of our ancestors, everything falls silent. No more humming, no more drums. Rise, she tells me, and I open my eyes, climbing from my knees to my feet. Look upon the people, and give them promise. Her voice is soft and proud, and it cracks a little as my eyes meet hers. Una's mouth curves slightly before she dips her chin in respect and gestures to the dozens of people, old and young, and dressed in their best, as they gaze upon me. The new clan mother, the leader of our people, the Etsy. My eyes meet Akima's, and his face is stone still as usual. Then I see Lena with blurry eyes and a barely there smile, and Sakima, who dips his head in reverence when our eyes meet. My heart races as I realize all my life these people have known me, but now, for the first time, they will truly see me. I look at Tarek next, a mischievous glint in his eyes that makes me feel as if not everything will change, and then my gaze rests on Elon. That's when my eyes blur and my throat constricts. I'm a little girl crying in his arms, crying for my father, and he swears he will never let anything happen to me. He tells me the adventures of his childhood, his memories with my father, as I string my first bow beside him. We explore the snowlands together, where the wind bites harder and colder than anything on our mountain, and he teaches me to build rabbit traps and rocks for Una's stew. As Elon stands across from me, his life etched in the lines on his face and painted on the marks covering his arms and chest, I know that so much of who I am is because of him. And for the first moment in my life, I don't feel sad at the loss of my parents, but proud and grateful to have Elon in their stead. Chin trembling, I dip my head, a great show of respect from the Etsy, and he flushes a little. I gaze around the rest of the circle, at the smiling, awed, and curious faces. We know the winds of change, I say above the roar of the fire. We have felt the sting of loss, the gnaw of hunger, and we have been plagued by the uncertainties in this life, so far removed from that of our ancestors. Yet, in the days past, we've also felt the promise of hope, and basked in the brightness and possibility of a more prosperous tomorrow. I'm not sure how my words flow with more certainty, but I let them fall from my lips, using them to bolster me where I stand. I will need you, all of you, in what follows. For this peace will not happen without hard work and turmoil. But whatever the cost, I know in my heart and soul that this is our path, and I will do all that I can to ensure our children are left with more than struggles and fear. So please, I say, gesturing to the banquet of food lying out on the blankets stretched out around us. Eat, drink. For though we have much work ahead of us, today is a day for celebration. Percussions boom to life again. Una leans in with watery eyes and kisses my temple before she rattles her snake tails and begins to chant her blessings once more. I'm not sure how long I stand there, watching everyone. Long enough for the tension in my muscles to settle, the adrenaline of the moment to cease, and the fire to die down a little. Akima says something with glittering eyes, making Lena blush with a smile. Una and Sakima sit with their pipe, a halo of smoke blooming from them as they observe the villagers milling around with their families by the fire. We're doing all of this for them, I tell myself, and it's true. I imagine Soshos and little Nico playing together one day, as if the history between us is nearly forgotten, and I know it is possible. But the fire is no longer warm against my skin, and my heart is no longer as full. I turn away from the celebration, uncertain where I am going until I find myself at home, staring at Luke's empty room for the first time. The 2 cots are all that's left of them. You left your own celebration, Elon says behind me, and I offer him a small smile as I peer back at him. I don't know what to say, so I say nothing as I wrap my arms around his waist in a side hug, staring into the room. What ails you? He asks, his voice a comforting, familiar rumble. My heart, I admit, feeling it skip a beat. I speak of the hope and future, and I believe the village will find what we need with the Soshos, but it doesn't feel like enough. For you, he says. For me. I close my eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. I don't like this feeling of loss, I think aloud. Not when I know I should look to the promise of what is to come, but I miss him. I shake my head. I don't like the way we left things. Then you must change it, Elon says easily. I meet his gaze, seeing the softness I remember as a child. Even amidst so much change, what's true and real remains the same. Exhaling, I glance around the room and step inside, as if I'm trying to smell Luke one last time. I'm not sure I can, I whisper. I notice a palm-sized ball of hide on the folded furs at the end of Luke's cot, and taking a curious step closer, I reach for it. Slowly, I unwrap the hides, letting them fall open, and stare at a clay carving. My eyes burn with sudden tears as I trace my fingers over the rough edges. The angles are sharp and crude, showing inexperience, but the detailed fur and eyes must have taken hours. This is what he was working on? My fingers squeeze around the clay bear. My totem. My chest aches with gratitude and love and regret, but also with hope. Luke could have taken it. He could have shattered it or given it away, but he left it. For me. Suddenly, Luke's distance and moodiness the past week seems so obvious. The indecision and storm clouds in his eyes. No matter what the lie started out as, I know in my heart of hearts that he didn't want to hurt me. Not the man who buried my horse so I wouldn't have to. Not the man who lay with me, so careful and tender my body still tingles at the memory of him. Not the man whose face crumpled when I told him my father couldn't present me my totem on my 18th birthday, so Elon had something made for me in its place. I clutch Hun in my hand, and a draft whirs through the hallway and licks up my back. Teach her your wisdom, that she may trust her heart, her spirit, and her mind. Una's words echo in my ears, and my heart races with a sudden purpose. Elon, I say, turning to him. Recognition lifts his brow. I will need your help.
Chapter 53. Luke. Nearly 2 weeks after returning to Sagebrush, after planning meetings with Clayton and Ashford, town gatherings with all of Sagebrush, newly assigned duties, and the brickmason and glassblower working tirelessly to prepare what supplies they can for the first build, we finally begin construction on the first safe house, just 10 miles beyond the sandstone spires bordering the Deadlands. The day is hot, like all the rest, and it burns the back of my neck, punishing and unrelenting despite my hat. Only this time, I welcome it. Each heave and strain from the bricks makes my body protest, and I welcome that too. Purpose and distraction. I'll need both if I'm to keep focus in this, and the men are relying on Jacob and me to see this through. As I lug an armful of fired bricks to the foundation marked in the sand, I glance at Jacob. He's sweating and straining, just as I am, directing Holyworth toward the trenches that need digging. For the first time, I see pride on my best friend's face. Whatever happened on that mountain changed him as much as it changed me, and he beams with purpose all over again, and, perhaps, still glows from Cora's increasing attentions. I grin and set a stack of bricks among the others before heading back to the steel-caged wagon. This is our crew now, our path that will bridge the gap between two peoples who, months ago, were enemies. And I allow myself the smallest bit of pride along with him. But, as always, time is against us out here, so each step is taken in haste. This place, where nothing grows and the valley is most desolate, offers no hiding if we're caught in a storm, so we must create shelter and quickly, a facility large enough to house a wagon and horses, or a small herd of livestock during transport to and from the mountain, with a room for sleeping that holds enough food reserves for 12 men at least. A month ago, Sagebrush was concerned with keeping 2 worlds separate. But bridging the sea of sand between us has become a necessity. And the fact we haven't had a sandstorm since our return keeps our senses on high alert as we break ground. "O'Brien!" Holyworth shouts, hunched over the trench he digs in the earth. My pulse quickens at the alarm in his voice, and I peer up at the sky only to find it's clear blue. There's not a single ominous cloud looming in the distance either. I glance at him, confused, until he nods to the north. Squinting, I notice a caravan in the distance, its visage wavy in the heat of the afternoon as their horses approach. "Jake!" I call, alerting him of their arrival, though a mixture of relief and regret gives me pause. Kaia kept her word, but I can't say I'm surprised, no matter what's passed between us. I try not to dwell on who she's sent, knowing I'll find out soon enough, and I pull a pickaxe from the wagon and join Holyworth and Carter. I heave the pick over my shoulder again and again to loosen the earth, so dry and hard each strike reverberates through me. Heave and thud. Heave and thud. Eventually, I register the sound of horse hooves and the creak of wagon wheels as the villagers approach. But the more I swing, the lighter I feel, so I leave Jacob to tend to the formalities. Heave and thud. Heave and thud. I can feel the promise of blisters, but I don't slow down. Heave and thud, heave and thud. "Luke!" Jacob calls. I heave the pickaxe twice more before straightening. "Yeah?" I exhale and wipe my sleeve over my brow. "You need me already?" When I turn around, I almost choke. "Kaia," I rasp, gripping the axe handle tighter. Her eyes are on me as she drapes her furs over the back of Elon's gray horse. Kaia says something to Tarek beside her, his eyes skirting to me before he nods and tends to the other men and another woman she's brought with her. There are 2 small wagons, narrow enough to trek up and down the mountain road. One is loaded with stones for building, and one with jugs of water to mix the mortar. My heart races as Kaia meets my gaze again, and as she walks toward me, my palms sweat for an entirely new reason. I don't know if she's come for her people or for me, but I don't dare question it. Clenching my jaw in preparation for what's to come, I sidestep Carter and Holyworth to meet her in the middle of the sight. "You came," I say dumbly. Her impossibly green eyes hold mine, and I can't look away.
"I could not send my people down here without seeing this for myself."
I nod, swallowing thickly, and glance around. Akima has come with some of his men, and the other woman Kaia brought is Lena. "Where is Elon?" I ask, shocked he's not by her side.
"He remained at the village. Someone must ensure everything is okay while I am away."
I'm surprised he allowed. Her eyebrow arches slightly. "I just mean, I know how protective he is of you."
"He is also the person I trust most with the affairs of the village in my absence," she says. "And it is my duty to see to things now."
It's then I realize that however beautiful she is, much the same as I remember, there's plenty different about Kaia, too. Beaded necklaces hang around her neck, and feathers adorn her braids. Even the makeup around her eyes is different, subtle, but striking. She's not simply Kaia anymore. The ceremony, I realize aloud, and suddenly Lena's presence makes more sense. She's the daughter of the village's most knowledgeable healer.
"And a healer must always be with the Etsy," Jacob once told me.
She's too important to leave the mountain unattended, should something happen. And she has her greatest warrior beside her as well. I thought, I start, but my mind is a jumble. "I thought you would stay in the mountain," I finally manage. "That was what you feared most."
"It was,"
she says, her voice more uncertain than I expect. Always so sure, suddenly Kaia seems as unsteady as me.
"My mother was Etsy and never left the mountain, and still it could not save her. The gods took her away," she says. "Nothing is certain, and I cannot leave my people to risk their lives down here alone."
"You still don't trust us then?" I ask. And even if I don't blame her, the truth stings. Kaia's watchful gaze is inscrutable, and she tilts her head.
"There is much that I do not trust in this world, Luke," she says. "But you are not one of them."
"What?" There's a softness in her eyes I never dreamed I'd see again.
"How are June and Isabel?" she asks, ignoring my surprise. "Are they better?"
Yes, I say, my brain struggling to switch gears. Slowly but surely. And while I feel gratitude to Kaia's people each morning June wakes up and wheezes less, Kaia is still all I can think of.
"You look at me strangely," she says, her brow furrowing.
"Am I?" I straighten, shaking some of my sense loose. I didn't expect you to come," I whisper.
If I make you uncomfortable,
Kaia turns to leave. No, I say. I reach for her hand without thinking. It's small and soft and warm, and I know I should let go, that I'm pushing my luck after everything. But I stroke the back of her hand with my thumb instead, praying she'll let me hold on to her a few seconds longer. Kaia stares down at my hold on her. I'm glad you've come, I whisper, even if it's just to tell you how sorry I am. Though my heart beats like one of Una's hand drums, I force myself to continue, knowing I might never get another chance. I know you have no reason to believe me, but it was the only time, and I hated myself the moment I pulled the trigger. And I didn't tell you because I didn't want to hurt you. I was scared, a coward. I knew you would hate me, so I held on as long as I could. Kaia's eyes shimmer, but she says nothing as she slips her hand from mine and pulls a long necklace disappearing into the neck of her tunic, out for me to see. A carved bear rests in her hand, her totem. I know, she breathes, gripping the bear so tightly her knuckles turn white. I understand why you did not tell me. In truth, I did before I even sent you away. But I was scared and sad and angry. Of course you were. I don't blame you. She squints at a thought I cannot see and shakes her head. You kill one person, and it happens to be my cousin. The world is cruel indeed, but we already know our paths were meant to cross. It is the will of the gods. It just took me a little space to see that. I will never lie to you again, I promise, taking a step closer. No matter what we become, even if it's nothing, I want you to know how sorry I am, how I feel. The words gush from my lips, but I don't care to stop them. I want to protect you, Kaia, not hurt you. I hate that when June asks about you, my heart aches with regret. I will do everything in my power to make you see how sorry I am. My voice is earnest and broken, and fleetingly I feel like that little boy the day he learned his father wasn't coming home. Like a piece of me is missing, and my heart aches to have that hole filled again. I miss you. I miss you too, she whispers, and her lips tug in a small smile as she takes my hand again. Briefly, I consider how many sets of eyes we have on us, but I can't seem to look away from the hopeful glimmer in her gaze. As if a gravitational force pulls between us, Kaia and I both lean in slowly, almost hesitant. People are watching, I whisper and lick my lips dry from too much sun. Let them watch, she breathes, her gaze shifting over me. And as if the desert breeze lifts Kaia up, she rises on tiptoes and presses a light kiss to my mouth. Her lips linger a few moments before she leans away, and her eyes are smiling back at me. You're really stirring things up as Etsy, aren't you? She stifles a small laugh. Una says I must follow my path. This time I smile through the kiss I press to her lips, more urgent than before, and she wraps her arms around me. I lose myself to the scent of wind and sage that is perfectly her, to the feel of her in my arms. And then I hear a familiar hoot from Tarek. Kaia laughs against my mouth, and in this moment I feel it, like the wind ruffling the hair on my head or the heat of the sun pressing against my skin. Our paths, like two forks in the river, join as one.
and with the hawk cry off in the distance, my heart soars.
Epilogue. Kaia. 3 years later. In the 3 years since our peace with the Soshos, I've come to understand 2 things are certain. The spirits are far more terrifying than I realized, and without our peace, our villages would not be thriving together, but perishing apart. Perhaps that's the way it's always been, barely surviving, because as our mountain continues to groan and crumble, and the sandstorms eat away at Sagebrush, we've come to rely on each other more than ever. And looking to the future, joining our villages will come with many benefits, as well as great cost. While Luke and Jacob continue to reassure me that safety from the elements, even with our combined numbers on the valley floor, is possible, I know finding the burnt forest, if there is such a thing, would provide us with more wood to build with and burn, and more than anything, put curious minds to rest. Loose rocks clack under our horses' hooves as we continue toward the great unknown. Out here, the dust and dirt turn to rugged mountains, and scorch marks mar the earth like the veins of water that surge through the mountain. Unlike the blue skies of the desert, here, the dark clouds linger ominously throughout most of the day, and it's muggy. There's a charge in the air much different than home, and the wind hums against my skin. I eye Luke beside me, his attention fixed on the horizon as we ride closer. I'm uncertain if the concern etching his brow is for what we might find, or that we might not find anything at all, and our scouting trip will have been fruitless. "Do you believe it is true?" I ask him, my voice merely a drone in the discord of creaking wagon wheels and quiet chatter behind us. "That there is a forest beyond those hills? One that we can harvest? Or do you think it will be more of this?" Other than the sweat-stained sand scarf around his neck, catching in the slight breeze, Luke doesn't move. His gaze remains vigilant. "We'll find the forest," he says with utter certainty, and finally his eyes meet mine. "It's what's left of it that concerns me, and whether the wood will be usable after years of storms, if there's anything left at all, because I know it will be nothing like the old Cunningham journals claim. It's been too many years." There's a reserve in his voice that surprises me, an uncertainty I haven't heard in a while. With Clayton overseeing so much change in Sagebrush, Jacob and Luke's team of men have dedicated the past few years to protecting all of us the best they can, building safe houses and digging reservoirs, and reinforcing people's homes before they can crumble away completely. And this, whatever we find out here in the unknown, is beyond Luke's control. Regardless of what wood we might find, I tell him, we will have answers at least. We will finally know for certain what is out here, which is equally important. We will know to send more teams, or to put the idea aside for good. There's a softness in Luke's gaze I've come to adore, one that no one gets to see but me. As if he finally concedes it's true, his cheek twitches, and he dips his chin. "Let's find out then, shall we?" We nudge our horses to quicken their pace, and it's not long before we no longer have to wonder. As our caravan draws closer to the foothills, and the distant black spots blotting the horizon become more distinguishable, a sudden relief and amazement fills me. The trees of the old forest are taller than any I've ever seen or could even comprehend, some growing so high I cannot see the tops as we draw closer. Others are so bare they stand like totems to the giants, etched with scars and long forgotten. They are otherworldly, and for the first time in all my life, I believe in the depths of my soul that only the great spirits could create something so incredible. "It is breathtaking," I whisper, and I'm uncertain if the enormity of these trees and their looming presence is foreboding or extraordinary. Withered branches larger than any horse are scattered around, as well as fallen trunks, some hollow enough to climb inside. The earth is dry and cracked, and while some shrubs and grasses grow from between the crevices in the ground, it is not the lush green as the journals painted them to be. Like the rest of the world, it feels neglected. It's only when I realize we've all come to a stop that I glance at Luke. He stares into the burnt lands, his mouth open as he peers around in awe. "Imagine what even one trunk could provide us," he says, and nudges Rain up the incline, deeper into the leafless forest. With so little canopy to cover us, and no certain destination in mind, it feels as if we're ants among the hulking trees, dutifully weaving our way around debris in search of water. "It's said," Jacob starts behind us, and I turn on Waka's back to look at him, "that an ancient forest covered the mountains and valleys, a green belt stretching as far as the eye could see. Ashford, Tarek, and his ever-present shadow, Toby, gape up at the towering forest surrounding us. How are they so big? Toby wonders aloud. And how are they still standing? Many of them have caught fire. I pull Waka to a stop beside one of the charred husks of a tree I cannot see the top of, and place my palm on its coarse trunk. I eye the ashen fissures it's riddled with, imagining the insides glowing with embers. I hear the jingle of spurs, boots hitting the ground, and clinking bridles as everyone dismounts, save for Luke and me. He continues up the hillside as I peer up at the sky, churning overhead. The sandstorm ceased a few days ago, but I'm not sure what exactly awaits us here, though seeing the state of the trees, Jacob was right to leave the metal-protected wagons that kept us safe during our journey a day's ride behind us. The air smells of fire, Istis says as she peers around, and only briefly do I wonder if she ever thought it possible she would leave the mountain again and see such a sight. My brother would never believe this place. I think of Elon back in Sagebrush, tending to things in my stead, and knowing Istis is probably right, I smile. I wonder what Una would say, I muse. Over here, Luke calls from the crest on the hill. He turns in his saddle, beckoning me. Without hesitation, Waka and I trot toward him, both of us equally antsy to keep moving in such a foreign place. But the moment I reach Luke, I pull the silver paint to a stop beside him and straighten. Shelters? I whisper, my heartbeat fluttering. Having seen no other people outside of Sagebrush the entire trip, I've completely forgotten the possibility there might be a village here, or question whether or not the inhabitants might be dangerous. I glance around, suddenly unnerved, and search for prying eyes or signs of life in this barren place. But there is nowhere to hide in the clearing or the forest. There's little ground cover and no shadows, only wood stalks and fallen debris. They've cleared a space here on purpose, Luke says, his eyes narrow, scrutinizing everything as he continues into the clearing. I follow beside him, our horses leery as we survey the stumps and logs hewn with crude chop marks, and the shelters with flat roofs that are only enclosed on 3 sides. They are not homes, I realize aloud. No, they are for protection. He dismounts his horse. I look at him, the implications of a community different from ours settling in again. Luke, there are other people, I tell him, and I'm not sure if it's excitement or fear lilting my voice as my own feet hit the ground. Amusement lights his face as if he can't believe it himself. Yes, there are. Tarek strides up behind us, hurrying over to the fallen logs and remnants left behind by the people here before us. It's as if we're collectively holding our breath as the rest of our group follows suit, putting all of the pieces together. They chose this location to build those shelters for a reason, Luke muses, his eyes lingering on a scorch mark under his feet. The lightning strikes the highest points, Jacob explains, peering up at the tops of the trees surrounding the clearing.
These shelters are built in the low, open area so the trees will bear the brunt of the storms. He walks toward a larger structure with old, dried horse droppings inside. All of these structures are as low as they can be, open on one side so that they are easy to get in and out in the onslaught of a storm. Ashford finishes for him. Tarek rises from examining a carved stump and glances around the charred earth. They left long ago, he says. I do not think they will return while we are here. We should stay. Use their shelters. Agreed, Ashford echoes. They built these because they are familiar with the land and the storms. Whoever they are. If they aren't here now, there is a reason. We should be careful. He peers up at the purple sky that promises to unleash its wrath. Toby, tend to the horses while we unpack. Ashford looks pointedly at Luke. We should hurry and be prepared for whatever is coming. We can decide what to do once the horses are safe and we're settled. Luke nods and all of us fall into step, unloading our belongings and unsaddling our horses. I untie Waka's blankets, wondering what thoughts stir in Luke's stormy blue eyes as he unsaddles his horse. I'm not sure if he's relieved in what we found, or if he wishes it were different here. But with so much going on, I don't distract him with questions. The wind picks up a bit, nearly blowing Waka's blanket from my grip, as I pile my arms with tack to place on a fallen log away from us. That'll teach ya, Toby mutters to one of the horses he unsaddles, the animals nipping at each other. Toby pushes space between the two horses and shakes his head. You're the worst of 'em, Blue, he chides. His voice is deeper than when he was a boy, and his height barely exceeds Ashford's. Come on. Toby leads the horse into one of the 3 animal structures, and I pray that the thunderstorms we've heard the closer we've drawn to the mountain, and the windstorms they are used to, have prepared the animals enough for whatever might happen while we're here. When you finish, Istis calls to us as she and Ashford start a fire near the shelters. Come eat. I nod with gratitude and give Waka's silver nose a quick pat before I lead him over to the other animals, Luke and Rain close behind me. How do you think Elon fares in Sagebrush? He asks, a smirk pulling his lips into a full smile. It's the first one I've seen since we left, and the tension in my shoulders eases a little, knowing he's relieved to be here. I can't help a grin of my own. He is well, I believe. But when I look at Luke again, his easy smile isn't all I appreciate. His eyes are lit with mischief. What is that look for? We walk back over to our discarded weapons and secure them in one of the smaller shelters. Your bedrolls are in here, Tarek says, pointing to the shelter closest to us. I nod, and as I lean my quiver and arrows inside, I study Luke. Why are you smiling like that? He shrugs, his gaze meeting Tarek, who smiles to himself as he listens. Elon and Mrs. Cunningham are very close these days, is all. I just wonder if they are. Oh, they are, Toby drawls as he makes his way to the burgeoning flames of the campfire. They are what? Ashford, Luke, and I all turn to him, asking at once. We stare at Toby as he takes a seat next to Istis. Whether it's from a childhood of scampering around with little notice, or that everyone still regards him as young enough to be overlooked, Toby seems to know a little bit about everything that happens in Sagebrush, which is useful when the rest of us don't. He stokes the flames as Istis settles a pot over the fire. Even she seems intrigued. Toby glances up, feeling our attention on him, and his gaze shifts between all of us. They're courtin', he shrugs. Obviously. Well, as much as Elon ever would court a woman, he amends. Oh? I say with a sudden flutter of my heartbeat. There's a prick of hope and tinge of excitement for the man who has given his entire life to protecting me and never spared a thought for himself. And what does it mean that he is courting her? My gaze meets Luke's as we settle in at the fire with the others. It means I've seen them walking in the market together, every week for a few months now, as far as I can tell. And Mrs. Cunningham is all smiley about it. Mrs. Cunningham smiles often, son. Ashford says. I'm not sure that warrants gossip. Toby glares at his father. It ain't gossip if it's true, he counters. And besides, I've never seen Elon smile at anyone except for her. Istis and I both look at one another as she passes Toby a mug of dinner, her eyes alight and a smile curling her lips, likely matching my own. We both know what Toby says is true. Elon doesn't smile often, even when he is happy. He's a man of few words and even fewer expressions. See? Toby points at me with one hand and grips the mug with his other. They're courtin'. You all know it. It is difficult to picture Elon with any woman, and yet Mrs. Cunningham's fussing over him, trying to make him feel welcome, especially since he's been standing in for me in my absence so frequently, makes sense. I saw him walking the grounds of the estate with Isabel before we left, Luke adds. She said he was showing her how to track for night critters. It was quite heartwarming, actually, and very natural to see them together. Once again, Luke's expression softens when his eyes meet mine, and a small, knowing smile tilts the corner of his mouth. I can imagine it's how he was with you when you were little. My heart warms at the memories of Elon holding my hand when I was younger, and at how patient he always was, still is, actually. Luke ladles us both a mug of dinner and hands one to me. The savory scent of ham and beans fills my nose, making my stomach rumble with hunger. But as the hair on my arms rise, I don't get to take a bite. A bright, blinding light fills the sky, and the entire earth shakes below my feet with an ear-splitting rumble. I expect the ground to open up beneath me, swallowing me whole, and another flash of light fills the sky, forcing me to close my eyes. More rumbling, more shaking beneath my feet, and I hear a cacophony of shouting as Luke takes my hand. My eyes open, sparks burst to life in my periphery, and Luke pulls me toward our shelter. It's all a blur as my mind catches up with me, and after a few prolonged seconds, we practically fall inside the shelter, our panting breaths barely audible in the thunderous storm surrounding us. Christ, he rasps. His shoulder brushes mine as we try to catch our breaths. Tarek and the others? They're fine, Luke promises, peering out into the storm as much as he can. Everyone is safe. Lightning flashes again, and the thunder is so loud it rings in my ears, making me cringe. Hey, Luke murmurs beside me. He brushes my hair away from my temple, his eyes skimming over me. It's okay. He cups the side of my face, forcing me to meet his gaze. You're safe in here. I nod, inhaling a full breath as my adrenaline and fear even out a little. I am well, just... it came so suddenly. I know, he whispers, pulling me into his chest. That was... intense. With a steadying breath, we peer out at the fire, still burning as the world flashes around it. My arms grip tighter around Luke as another flash and rumble rack the earth, and he leans in, kissing my forehead protectively. I shake my head against him. I know thunder. Of course I do, I rasp. So I'm uncertain why here and now it frightens me after hearing it on the mountain all my life, though it was never like this. But as I finger the wolf totem hanging from my neck, my thumb worrying the worn wood, I suddenly realize. My father. Luke's arms tighten around me, and he presses his cheek to the top of my head. Your father? As the thunder claps above us again, I can hear the echoing gunfire from distant memories too. And that day years ago, when the wolfberry bushes dug into my skin, and the deafening crack of rifles filled the air, feels closer than ever. Just a memory, I tell us both, realizing how silly I am to think of such things now. Luke settles against the wall in our tiny shelter, not even tall enough to stand in, and I nestle against him. Do you want to talk about it? He asks softly. We have the time. I smile into his chest, feeling his heart beating against my ear, and I close my eyes to listen. No. Thank you.
I was just remembering something I have not thought about in a very long time. I peer up at Luke's concerned expressions, registering how true that is.
That sounds like a good thing, Luke muses.
Because I have been happy. That, too, hits me anew. Yes, I have been happy with so much progress and change. But Luke has been the center of it all. And for so long, I have grown used to the ease between us and our people. I have not dwelt on the past. I wince as the storm lashes out overhead again. We are very lucky to have this place, I tell him. We should leave the villagers something to show our gratitude. Luke absently brushes a strand of hair from my face.
We will figure something out.
We settle into a companionable silence as the storm rages around us. And it's not long before it all fades into the background as I watch the light show with a sense of ease and amazement. The world is so different from 3 years ago, I can hardly understand it sometimes, I think aloud. Luke hums in agreement.
It's something I think of often, too. And I wouldn't change a single thing.
I grin at that. Not even Elon knocking you out and my holding an arrow to your throat? He chuckles, his dimple making my heart flutter, and shakes his head.
No, Kaia. Not even that.
The wind whips through the shelter, and more lightning scorches the sky. There has been constant cloud cover for days, and I wonder if the burnt lands are always shrouded in darkness, like the mountain back home. I miss our starry nights in Sagebrush, I tell Luke, watching the way the flashing light leaves a momentary impression in the sky. Stargazing is the one thing he and I have always shared. Quiet nights where we can be Luke and Kaia, not Commissioner and Etsy, but simply us.
I do too, he murmurs.
His breath is a quiet caress against my ear. What else do you miss?
Luke huffs a laugh. Junie grumbling at you for fussing over her too much, he says with a wink. It's nice to know it's not always me she gets after. He shrugs. And little Tarlo, too, surprisingly.
My smile spreads to a grin. Yes, he is very sweet, I agree, and realize how frequently I see Luke with Akima and Lena's little boy when we stay in the village. You two have become good friends, always getting into trouble.
Luke chuckles. Akima is going to have a hell of a time with that kid.
My chest burns with a feeling I'd forgotten about, a feeling I had the day Tarlo was born. A feeling of longing and pride, watching Luke cradle the boy in his arms. The day I knew what Luke would be like as a father. A sudden warmth spreads over me. I love you. His arms tighten around me, and he peers down at me with a smile.
I should hope so, or it would be quite the scandal. The elders would have heart attacks.
I laugh, knowing Luke is probably right, but I don't look away from him. I don't think about Una or the village. Instead, I get lost in his eyes and think about every promise Luke has made to my people, and how he has bled and sweat in order to keep each one of them. I think about every clench of his jaw that prevents him from telling me I can't do something, because he will worry too much about me, knowing I will make up my own mind. I think about each night he lays with me in bed, running his fingers through my hair when I can't sleep. I think about how gentle he is in such a harsh world, and how I've loved him from the first moment I saw him in that cave, a mysterious stranger from a different world I've never been able to get out of my head. This is the first time we have been alone in days, I tell him. True. His eyes shift over my face as I trail my finger down his arm, feeling his muscles coil and his forearms flex, until I finally reach his hand. I lace my fingers with his. Perhaps we can use this time, I start, admiring the way he licks his lips with anticipation. To practice. His brow twitches.
Practice?
I dip my chin, staring at his mouth as I imagine it against my skin. For what comes next?
What comes next? He breathes.
I brush a kiss over his lips, feather light and beseeching. The Etsy must have an heir one day, I remind him. Luke's breath hitches in his throat, and he leans back a little. I know the elders are used to us being together now, he says, swallowing thickly. But you said you aren't ready for children. Don't let them rush you. I said practice, I remind him. And it is no pressure to imagine a family with you, Luke. I peer into his eyes, knowing he's thought about children many times. I see it in the way he is with Tarlo every chance he gets. He would never pressure me for more, not like the villagers do, and that makes me want him by my side even more. His eyes narrow ever so slightly, studying the smallest shift of my expression. You mean that? I pull his shirt from the waist of his pants and glide my hand up the hot skin of his abdomen, slowly seeking his chest as I place my palm over his thrumming heart. I allow myself a small smile. Yes, I do. The words are effortless, and a familiar calmness and certainty washes over me as I imagine every day for the rest of my life with Luke. He exhales, and there's a contentment and surprise in his eyes that makes this all the more satisfying. Of course, there must be a ceremony that binds us first, I tell him offhandedly, as if it is nothing for us to openly declare what we are to both of our peoples. Of course, he says huskily, his eyes wild, hopeful, and yearning as he searches my face. We wouldn't want to cause another scandal. This man, beautiful in more ways than he'll ever know, steals my breath with a single, heart-stopping smile all over again. No, we would not want that. I press him to the ground, one of our bedrolls behind his head, unable to bear the space between us a second longer. Be mine, Luke. I'm not sure if it's a question or command. You first, he whispers, and a warm wash of tingles electrifies my skin as he rolls me onto my back, his lips feverish against mine. And as our hearts beat in time with the rumbling storm, we promise each other forever. The end. This has been Earth and Ember, a Forgotten Lands novel. Written by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Andrew Gibson and Rebekah Nemethy.
All right, you guys, that is a wrap on Earth and Ember. I really hope you enjoyed this story. If you didn't, obviously that's fine, but I hope you did. And there are 4 total installments, so don't forget to check out the other ones, and I will link to those below. Some of them are probably out, some of them probably aren't, and maybe they all are by the time you're watching this. But be sure you like and subscribe so that you are notified when all my future audiobooks are released. Okay, before I go, I wanted you to know there is a sister series called Ruinlands. It takes place in the same world, but this takes place across the ocean in a little reimagined place called Norseland and another reimagined place called New London. And I put them through just as much hell as the rest of my characters in this world. So if you are interested in listening to those audiobooks, unfortunately, they will not be coming to YouTube due to current contract, but perhaps in the future, which I will obviously alert you to when that happens. You can always buy them on Audible and Apple, and all of the ebooks and paperbacks are available in my bookshop if you would like to buy those direct. All those links will be below, and I think we're good to go. So, see you on the next audiobook. Happy listening adventures, everyone.